endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Hello. Hey, I'm actually kinda sorta on time today. Hooray. Alright. How's everyone doing? I am back at somewhat regular streaming before my entire schedule gets once again thrown into chaos. So hooray. Um but yeah. I managed to get up early today for my standards and not fall straight back asleep even though I really wanted to. Like I went to bed at like 2 something, not quite, but it must have taken me like 2 hours to fall asleep or so. I was just lying there, and then at some point I was like, I've been lying here for a while. Has it been 2 hours? It probably has been 2 hours. So I never understand my body. It's like, oh hey, it's late, I should probably go to sleep. Let's just lie here in bed for several hours thinking of random stuff and not be able to get any sleep. So, hooray. I'll see how far I can last. I don't have anything else today. That's a good thing. I don't have to teach, I don't have to work, I don't have to do other stuff. Some chores, maybe. I may have to take care of the trash and such, but other than that, eh. So, for today, yeah, I can just take it easy. Hey yo, Awkward Pain, hi. It's a bit unusual to see you getting first, but welcome. How are you doing? I hope the week so far has been treating you well. It's gotten warm these past couple of days. Like it's 29 degrees right now and it's not even noon yet. So yeah, pretty good. That is amazing. Yeah, I was just lamenting the fact that it takes me hours to fall asleep. And it's not the temperature. It's definitely not the temperature. That also happens when it's cooler. It was very hot, well, comparatively very hot. It's like we had temperatures of around 15 degrees the whole time, which is spring weather-ish, you know, going from winter into spring. I mean, it is end of March, right? So it's we're getting into spring right now. And so it was like 15 degrees ish, and then all of a sudden, the beginning of the week, it's like, boom, let's be 25. It's just like at 10 degrees, why not? You know, it keeps going between -10 and +5 for a week. Oh my god, that's a big swing, especially around freezing. That has got to be. It'll keep snowing. Oh my goodness. And I hope at least that it's not causing like super icy roads and such, because that kind of temperature swing is definitely what is like, oh, all the snow on the ground, let's melt it, and then let's freeze it again, and then let's melt it and freeze it, and that's how you get black ice. The potholes around here are peak. Those aren't potholes, those are anti-slipping measures. They're infrastructure. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, but the city I grew up in, or not grew up, but the city I lived in Germany before moving here was also full of potholes. Like, holy heck, the roads were so bad. Um, it's like you are outside the city limits on like the highways and other streets throughout the countryside, and then you enter the city, and immediately your car goes on a roller coaster ride. It's like, yep, I'm home. So yeah. Some of them are car destroyers. I mean, can't slide in your car if your car is destroyed, right? It's all to protect you. It's for your own good. Yeah, it's seriously. But yeah, it has gotten super warm, but not like summer warm. Summer warm is another 10 degrees on top of that. Like summer warm is 35, sometimes 40, which I'm not looking forward to. Um, I may have to like, I don't know, go to the southern hemisphere, dodge the summer. How far did you get in the RPG last time? The this thing or the, oh, you mean name. Hold on. Couple things happening. 10 streams. What? Holy heck, thank you so much. And congratulations on the 10 streams. Wow, that's amazing. Very, very much appreciated, definitely. And then in the RPG, if you mean Dragon Spear that we were playing on Monday, we finished it. We actually managed to finish it. The ending dragged on for another hour after we beat the final boss. And overall verdict, 5 out of 10. No, this one, the RPG Maker game. Oh, okay. So we got. Let me actually switch to this. There we go. Also, let me get up some music up and running. Um, this is, yeah, this is the map we were working on mostly. Or do I have music playlists? What are we looking for? Sessions. So this one we got a bunch of stuff done. I finished all of the things I could think of for that day. Okay. Right. Okay, the music is audible. Nice. So we had this is the events layer. So we have the time sensitive thing. We got that down, right? The whole time advances by a day. And we managed to get the timed quest, right? That you started and then you have a time limit to finish it. We had a banking system that gives you interest for every day that your money is in there. And then we toyed around with losing all of your gold when you die, but the gold in your bank still remains, right? So that's kind of where we got to right now. Travel, drunk, timed quest banker, the money cat, boss fight. Oh yeah, and then the cart. I still have no idea how vehicles are coded in here. I don't know. I'm not gonna care about this right now. Instead, I want to do a different system. So what I want to do is first I want to have a camping system. So this is in like newer role playing games. I first saw this in Dragon Age Origins, where when you set up camp in the wilderness or like say like oh I want to rest, it actually transports you to a new map, right? The campground map. Um where you have like your tent set up, your campfire, and then all of your party members are standing around, and then you can talk to them, do I don't know, like build relationship with them, or like learn about their history, maybe do downtime things like crafting or such, right? And then you would camp. It would give you all of the benefits of rest, and then afterwards you break camp and you get transported to where you were. And I want to do that. There. I want to do something like that. So let me get a notepad up real quick to get the order and everything that I need to have in there. So window capture, notepad. Boom, there. Okay. So what we need to be doing here is that's a good idea. It's something missing in a lot of games. Yeah, and I want to see if I can implement that into RPG Maker. I think it should be possible because all of the elements that tie into it, all of the conditions and things you can do with events, I feel like they're all in the game. It's just about combining them cleverly, right? So, first things first is a camping item, right? So something like tent or camping supplies or something that you have in your inventory, and then you select it, use that item, and then it starts the whole camping thing going. Then we need grab location info for several reasons. So for one of the reasons is um the campground itself needs to vary depending on what kind of terrain you're in, right? If you are in a forest and you start a camping event, it should place you in a campground that's in a forest. If you're in a desert and you start the camping event, it should place you in a campground that's in a desert, right? You should it should kind of match the overall terrain. Um, I don't think I'm going to craft a unique campground for every possible map where you can um camp overland, but that is just adding stuff, right? That's not adding code. That's not changing the basic logic of the code. right? Once you've grabbed the location info, you can assign different campgrounds to different maps, I guess. And whether I have 3 campgrounds to assign to 15 maps or 15 campgrounds to assign to 15 maps or whatever, doesn't matter, right? At that point, it's just lists and such. So vary campground by terrain, but also we need to send party back to where they were, right? Okay, once there, we have to have the campground map itself, but that's like bleh, separate, and then have the party members. So for this, we need to check if in party, right? So only if that party member is actually in the party should they appear in the camp. If they're not, if you haven't seen them yet, if they're gone for the moment, if whatever happened, they shouldn't actually be in the camp. And then the rest is simple, right? We can have various crafting stations or whatever in the campground where you can do downtime events, and then we can have a resting station, maybe like the campfire, right? You click on the campfire or you enter a tent and it's like rest, yes, and then +1 day, and then actually send the party back to where they were. Okay, so this is the basic setup. Yeah, just about having something like a variable each time you enter a map on what type of camp would spawn: 1 forest, 2 desert, 3 grasslands. Yeah, I was thinking that. There's multiple different ways to do that, and I think the easiest way is to have an event on each map to adjust a variable depending on where what kind of terrain you are. Yeah. And like it is probably possible to grab the specific map, but that feels like too much. Right? Then I would have to go through all the maps. It's much easier to just put it in the variable. So, with that in mind, let me hide the notepad real quick. So, this is gonna be our first overland map, right? Let me first get items, key items. Let me call this tent. Whatever, doesn't matter. Pick a nice icon. Is there a nice icon for 10? There's a laptop and a smartphone. Okay. There's a lot of good icons actually. And there's probably a lot of free ones. There's like a whole website that has something like 4,000 icons that you can use for free. Let's check. Is there a good camp icon? There's a backpack. Is there a tent? I don't see a tent. If anyone, oh, you cannot see. Ha 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 ha. So I'm looking at a list of possible icons now for items and skills and such, like all the icons that come with the base resources. I'm not seeing a tent. Doesn't have to be perfect. Let's just go with the backpack that you can see now. Okay. And I can add scope ally speed success. Okay, I can add a common event in here. So let's just say common event 4, right? And then let's edit common event 4. So this is going to be camping, right? This was the day. Okay, camping. Now, first was I need to grab the party location, which, where is that? Get location info. Okay, put it into the variable. MZ make getting that info a lot easier, you mentioned. Yeah. So before that, like I don't know, I saw a tutorial on that, and essentially what the tutorial was saying is that I think it got a lot easier to grab region info. So you can have regions in the game, and it's a lot easier to grab the info of what region you are currently on. One for map, one for X, one for Y. Yeah, that's what I figured. Thanks for confirming. One for map, one for X, one for Y. Okay, so this one, let's call this one map, or I need the map anyway. Map, because I need to send the player back, right? Info type. Terrain tag? Tile ID, region ID? Aha, here's region ID, right? What is terrain tag? So the music is just a tad imposing. Okay, what is terrain? Type of information too. Tile ID? Region ID. Direct as it. Oh, wait. Designation with variables? Designation by character. Ah, I can just grab the info here. So designation by character. And then I can say get location info. Put it in the map. Location map variable terrain tag player. Huh. I don't know what terrain tag is. And then do I need to grab? Um, I don't see anywhere to grab like X and Y coordinates. So I'm not seeing that right now. Okay, I also need an event up here. That is terrain, the terrain event. I need this to be auto run, and then it needs to control the variable. Let's grab this variable terrain and then set it to, let's say one is grasslands, right? Okay. All right, so we get the location info. Then we need a campground map very quickly. New map, campgrass. Not make it too big. I don't need much on there. Okay, let's see. Oop. And then let's place a tent. And is there a campfire that I can place? I don't see a campfire. Unless the campfire itself would be an event. Vehicle chest flame. Aha! Aha! There are campfire. Yep, okay, okay. Okay. Movement. Stepping. I needed to step so that the flame moves. Okay. Sure. All right. If you look at the control variables event command and go to game data. Okay, control variables. Go to game data, then click on other and choose map ID. Then you can save the current map ID into a variable. Oh, wow. Okay. So if you look at the, okay, so I need to control variables. Let's go map 2 and then for game data. Game data. Map ID. Click on other map ID. It's already in there. Instead of other, if you click on character, there is the option to save the player's coordinates and direction they are facing into a variable. Character map X map Y direction screen X screen Y. Aha! Oh, okay. So, so get location info. I get it now. Location info is not where the player is. It's information about the location they are in. Okay. So control variables. Okay. Let me where am I? Uh where did I put that one? Oh, I put it here. Okay, let me change the order of the variables real quick so that I don't get all messed up. All right, edit. So let me have number 7 as terrain. There, now I have terrain. And then I go to this common event, control variable, and then grab this as the map. Game data map ID. Okay, so that grabs the map ID. Then control variable X coord. Game data party, no, character map X. And then another one, control variable Y coord. Game data character map Y. Boom, and this should be it. You'll likely eventually give what other people have already figured out. Yeah, I mean, why not build on the knowledge of others, right? But thank you for checking this out. I don't actually need to save direction. The direction is not necessary. Also, I can do some trickery with the direction. You know what? No, let's save the direction. But I learned that direction is also just a number, which is 2 is down, 4 is left, 6 is right, and 8 is up. And what that means is that left and right add up to 10, and up and down add up to 10, and that means you can do mathematical trickery to it to like flip a character around and things like that relatively easily. But okay, let's get direction. Game data, character direction. Okay. Now we have these 4 variables. What was the next step? If we need a conditional branch, variable terrain is equal to 1. Right? There's some other thing to do? No, okay. So if the variable, if terrain is 1, think they do the same things for like opening chests. Oh, there's the stepping animation? Wait, are we, huh? Oh, or were you talking about fixing direction? For the transfer vectors, use those variables to make it send them back where they came from. You can either make the second common event for that, or you can just add conditional info to the first common. You know what? I think the second common event is not a bad idea. So if terrain equals 1, then I need to transfer the party to campgrass, not 0, 0. Transfer them here, right? Okay. And then yeah, transferring them back is not part of this event. This is transferring them to the camp, right? And then transferring them back would be here. So let's do another common event. Also, I realize, holy heck, my hunger is murdering me right now. On the next ad break, I really have to go grab some food. I didn't think I was this hungry, but dang, okay. So this is break camp, right? This is the break camp event. So this would be it can sneak up on you. Yeah, it's just all of a sudden, boom. Transfer player, designate with variables. Oh, beautiful. Map. Oops. X coordinate, Y coordinate, direction. Oh, the direction doesn't matter. I cannot actually designate a direction here on the transfer itself. So the direction variable doesn't do anything. And then I need to call the no, I don't. So I can actually get rid of this. Direction of player doesn't matter here. So this let's get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, so this is the go to camp. Go to camp, and then there's a break camp event. And then this thing, let's also make camping itself a common event. Camp, right? Which is show a choice. Or show text first. Camp for the night. Right? And then show a choice. Yes. Plus 1 day. No. And then I can also have a break camp option. So when yes, do rest. I will have to see how the innkeeper does it. When no, just end the event. And then break camp. calls the common event to just leave, break camp here. How does the innkeeper work? Fade out screen. Okay. Play music. I don't have to do that. I don't need to wait 300 frames. That's quite a bit. That's like 5 seconds. Recover all. Fade in screen. Can I copy paste this? Possibly. Hold on. It's in here. Aha! Okay, so I don't need to play the music, and I don't need to wait 300 frames. Waiting like a second is good enough. So edit 60. Boom. Okay. Common event day. Yeah. And then no, don't fade in screen yet. I need to where are you? Common event. Here. I need to break camp, right? And then you fade in the screen. And then you have common event day. Okay. Okay, did that work? Hopefully. Let's check. Let's test. Okay, so we're here. We don't have the item. Also, I cannot move. Hello? Oh, because this thing is constantly running. Parallel, there we go. We don't have the item yet. So, no worries. Let's just place another cat here or something. To give us... Change items. The tent. Increase by 1. There we go. It's the smallest things. Alright. Did I connect it to the item? I did not. Thank you. Oh yeah, no. Common event, go to 10. Go to cap. Yeah, no, I have this. It's connected to the item. Okay, now I can move. Boom, now I have the item. Okay, that worked. Nice, 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 nice. Can I not interact with the fire? Why can I not interact with the fire? Oh, because there's nothing here. Well, I forgot to connect the camping event to the fire. Hey, Vitalina! Hi, how are you doing? We're once again messing around in RVG Maker. Okay. So, grab the tent. Oops, not skill, item. Use the tent. So that works. I'm very happy that that works. And then we have all of this, right? And then camp for the night. Oh, the fire goes out. But okay, so if I say no, nothing happens. Camp for the night? Yes. It is now day 1. Ta-da! Oh, that is awesome! Lying down, playing guitar. Ooh, cool, cool. Just jamming a little bit or practicing a certain song. It reminds me I need to, while also doing crosswords. Wow, the multitasking. I admire that. That reminds me, I need to get my guitar fixed. Oh, that's the best kind, though. I was just thinking, you know what? We have a small guitar. It's not a full, I think it's not a full-size guitar. It's slightly smaller than normal, but we've had it in our family since I can remember. So that thing is at least like 35 years old or so, maybe even more. Uh, it needs new strings, but there is a an instrument store not far from where I live. So I should be able to just bring the guitar there and be like, "Yo, please restring this for me." Um, it might not even need all new strings, just like a couple. Uh, and then learn uh the Tristram music from Diablo. Zaya has a 170-year-old pre-takeover lute. Dang. That would be like a multi-generational family heirloom. And it's just like, yeah, no, this is my instrument. I just do this. Um, okay. So the camping works. Holy heck. It works. That was very quick. Now what we need to do is we need to add um party members. So I think you're a possible party member. So it's like wanna team up? Let's go with where are you? You're here? What is your name? What is your name? Who are you? Casey. Okay. Let's why not, you know? Uh edit Casey. Okay. First try. For reference, a 170-year-old elf is the equivalent of a human in their mid-20s. Okay. 800 and 900 years for elves. Daya's 97. Though she's young. Dang, okay. That actually reminds me of a game that tried to mechanize this. The Dark Eye, which is like the biggest German role-playing game. Um and you also have elves, and just like normal elves live a very long time. But then, so the whole system is like a point buy system, right? You have points that you use to buy all of your stats. You buy your heritage. You buy your class, your culture, right? You pay points for all of that. So like some classes give you more stuff, magic users especially, but then they cost more points to buy, right, etc. And then you also buy advantages and get more points with disadvantages and so on. And some classes, some like ancestries and such, get pre-built advantages or disadvantages in them. Or some cultures, for example, like one culture might, I don't know, grow up in the saddle, so you get a bonus on riding horses or things like that, right? Or they grow up in the jungles, and so you get heat resistant as an advantage if you come from that culture. Which is just a nice touch. Um, and elves get this disadvantage called elfish worldview. Yeah, elven worldview. And essentially, what that does is because they are so long lived, they take everything slow and are like, I want to do it right instead of do it fast. So essentially, all of their skill point costs to increase their skills are 50% higher. Um, which is very, very interesting, right? It's like, okay, so that's like elves live a really long time, so they spend more time mastering their skills, so it costs them 50% more to increase their skills. It's like, huh, all right. It's the first time I've ever seen that put into mechanics, right? Which is very, very interesting. Saya is 97. My eventual VTuber concept is 144. That's a nice number. But cool. So you're planning to becoming a VTuber as well? Like, do you have me trying to 100% Doom without taking damage? Oh no! Yes. No hit runs. Let's go. Let's do that. Um, change party member. KC add. Okay. And then I need actor is in party. Oh. I just thought of something. Elf nonsense. I just thought of something. So if you're camping, if you're going to the let's move her a little bit. If you're going to the campground, I don't want all the party members to be in the party. Oh? No, you know what? Let's keep that because you might want to use items on them and things like that. So let's keep that. Okay, I was thinking too complicated. So I was thinking, hey, if the party members are standing around, right? They can't they can't be in your party in the menus. But like, nah, you should be able to access them through the menus anyway, in case you want to adjust their gear. If you're following, you might want to have them unfollow. Very good point. Very good point. So that's put them to the common event. Common events. Go to camp. And then I need to set where do I set that? Gather followers. There we go. And then when we get to break camp, change player followers on. Oh, do I need to gather and then turn it off? I think I need to gather and turn it off. Yeah, moves all party members to the same position as party leader, but it doesn't mean that then followers get turned off. Okay. Very good point. Thank you. Okay, so we have where are you? KC over here. She's not walking. She's just completely fixed. And then just like, hi. But she will only appear if she's in the party. Wrong condition here. KC there. Okay. Yeah, and if I I just realized if I remove the party members when I'm in the campground because they're standing around and then I rest, they don't get to recover. They don't rest. Right. So that would have been very unfortunate. So let's grab the tent, say hi to Casey, want to team up? Yay. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Okay, I need to remove that event then. Okay, fine. Fine. I may have done some timing things. Okay, hi, she's here now. Time for the night? Yes. How many of her can I have? As many as I want. Okay, but this works. Okay, so since it fades and transfers you, I don't need to gather the followers. I just need to change them to off. Okay. And then over here, whoops. After this is done, change party member, and I need to erase this event. Erase event. There we go. Okay, done. Um, Right. Now, I want a second map. They're all here underneath this one for some reason, but doesn't matter. Outside. Map 5, let's have this be forest. Let's rename this one to grassland. Forest. Okay, this is too big. I don't need it this big. Like 9 by 9 maybe. Okay. Let's paint this in a forest floor. Where's the transparent one? Okay, and then let's just the um that's not what I was hoping for. Ah, okay. I know what I need to do. This is gonna be messy, but whatever. Right, and then in this layer have all the tops of the trees. This is not a forest, this is an orchard, but doesn't matter. It's just very quickly. It doesn't have to be perfect. Right? And then have this lead in. So now we can transfer from here. Transfer player to forest here. Direction up. Okay. Now in the forest, we need. I didn't want to I want to copy. We need this event, but change the variable of the terrain to 2. Right? So 2 is forest. I just have to remember that. Erasing event might not work when you come back to the map. I will have to see. We'll test that. And then I need to go to camp if terrain. So I need to edit this. Add an else branch, else if terrain. Conditional branch if terrain is equal to 2. Okay, I don't have a forest camp yet. So outside. Again, just a small little map. Forest camp. Whoop. It's the wrong. There we go. Okay. Um. I can have this. This is what I was looking for. There we go. That's not correct. There we go. Whatever. It doesn't have to look good. It just has to look. This is huge. Okay, and then I need the campfire. Copy the campfire. Copy the party member. Okay. Yeah, that should work. Let me add a transfer point back here. Just transfer player to grassland. Direction to left. Okay, just so I can you know move around. Okay. Let's check. let's check the. So grab the tent, grab the party member. Okay, she just teleports, but whatever. That's like small things. Okay, and then we move into the forest. Now the terrain info should have updated. Oh, I never added that to the event. Go to camp. If terrain here, yeah, no, I need to transfer the party. Ha ha ha. Transfer player to a forest camp here. Right. I forgot. Okay. Go here. Item 10. There we go. And we're in the forest camp. Hey. All right, nice. Yes. And we're back here. And yeah, you're correct. It doesn't work. The event is still there. Okay, so I need to make a switch. A self switch. So this is not erase event. This is a self switch. Control self switch A on, and then add a new page when self switch A is on. Just don't have this. Don't do anything. So true. Okay. There. Just remove it. All right. I find playtesting a lot of fun. It is. Cause you're seeing things work and it's like, whoa. Okay. Cool. So we have this. So it totally works. Ads will appear about 2 minutes. Okay, I will use that, and I will grab food. Sorry about that. Okay, I need to go grab food. Yeah. So I will. Yeah. So yeah, I will be right back, and I will see you all in a couple of minutes. I need to get something to eat. Shouldn't be too long. There's a convenience store right outside. I can just grab something quick. So yeah, I will see you all in a couple of minutes.
enduring grow strong.
Hey, that went a bit faster than expected. Hey. Okay, so it wasn't too long, I hope. All right, we're back. And I have food. Welcome and thank you. I have some food. It's too convenient eating this stuff. Okay. All right. I just think, imagine being a medieval farmer and being like, yo, I want some food. I need to, I don't know, cook for an hour or I can have something. And then it's just stew or so. Stew and bread and some cheese. I mean, nothing against stew and bread and cheese. It's like, what about like a nice burger? Okay. So, this went very smoothly. It went a lot easier than I expected. So, that's the camping thing basically done. Anything else I want to add into the camp, like crafting or whatever else, training skills, um, right? That's just um, other events. What I could do is I could add an event. Mm, that is about. Oh, there's a bunch of switches. Um, whoa. Ah, let's add a training event in there. So, what I want this to do is, I want there to be something like a what do you call it? Like a dummy, a combat dummy in camp. And if you interact with it, you can say, "Do you want to train with this?" Right? Um, and then say yes. Okay, so let's expand. Let's do a thing where you can do one action in camp before resting, right? One downtime action. And and you have a choice of multiple, and then you have to choose which downtime action to pursue. So the first one I want to put in here is where you can train on a combat dummy, a combat mannequin kind of thing to gain a skill. But not right away. It's not you train once, boom, you get the skill, right? You have to train multiple times, and then after that, you get the skill. Um obviously, talking is always a free action. Heck, you could talk while punching a combat dummy. Just making sure. I mean, yeah, fair. But yeah, talking is always a free action. Right? It's like I want the player to be able to talk to all the NPCs and just advanced storylines, advanced NPC relations, learn about past NPC quests if they have any, right? Which is, I think, something JRPGs don't really do. But yeah, anything of that sort. But then also do a mechanical improvement, right? Kind of like, oh, do you want to craft some potions? Or maybe you want to train this skill. Or maybe you want to, I don't know, read a book, right? If you have a certain book in your inventory or whatever. So let me think. Is there a good combat puppet thing here? I don't think so. Let's just use this dude, whatever. Okay. So we finished the campground. That was really cool. Which means, let's check. Let's grab our notepad again. What do we need for this? All right. We need. I'll just call them crafting stations, but you know, they can be anything. Then we need a way to track if any station has been used, and then disable all stations for the day, right? For the remainder of the day. Because, and then if you rest, if you break camp, that also prevents a possible loophole of like, you start camp and then do a training, do a downtime action, and then break camp, never rest, break camp, and then just do something else, and then set up camp again, and then you get to train again. So it needs to be like the day needs to advance as the reset, right? So it's the reset. Okay. Um. Hmm. I think the whole train this many times, that one is easy. Smart. And this is, I'm basically doing the equivalent of rubber ducky debugging right now, right? Talking through my thought process, and then suddenly it's like, hold on, this can happen. Hold on, that is a thing. So yeah. I found an exploit. Oh, what is it? Oh yeah. You fix it. Yeah, exactly. It's like I try to go through, okay, you do this, you do that, hold up. There's an exploit here. And then fix the exploit. Yep. Um okay. So is there anything else I need to include? So how do I track if obviously with a variable or with a switch? A switch is probably easier. So on station use flip downtime switch, right? And then let's on station talk check for downtime switch. A switch is probably easiest. And then for the resting or for the advancing the day event, the common event, all I have to do is flip that switch back, right? So I can add it into that common event. So Let's hide this for now. I have here show text train, right? And then show choices, yes, no. On a yes. Control variables. And I can do this with a variable again. I can do like combat training, right? And then I add one. Show text. You spend some time training. Total sessions. Oh heck, which variable was that? 11. Okay. There. Okay. It doesn't do anything yet. It doesn't give us anything yet, right? But also we need to control the switch. Downtime to on. And then when the switch downtime is on, you show the text. It's getting late. Right? It's getting late. All right. And then over here, I could have a is there a cooking pot maybe? Or like oven style thing? I can't see. It's a bit small. Hmm. Again, it doesn't have to be accurate. Whatever. Here, this I can't tell what that is. It's one of those things where you tie ropes onto. That's not what I was looking for. Um what are those things called? I don't even know what they're called. A thing where you whatever. Let's use a bucket. Right? Direction fix. Um and then also it's like, oh, brew potions. Right? And then this can be a whole different thing. But when I say yes, show some confirmation text, you make some potions, and then flip the switch as well. And then a new page. Show text. It's getting late. Okay. So the potion crafting system or whatever, I can think about that. And then Control C, put that into the grass camp as well. Control C, put this into the forest camp as well. And then I need to edit the common event. Control switches downtime off. There. So if the day advances for any reason, and that's what I want. It doesn't have to be rest. If the day advances for like resting in an inn or traveling in an airship or whatever, then you can train again. Okay, let's try. Sorry, I'm eating while doing this. Bebter game, hello. Or hello, how are you doing? I hope the week's been treating you well. I have returned. You have indeed. Yeah, we're doing more RPG Maker. So yeah, we built just in time. You can see what we've built so far. Wanna team up? Yes. Okay, she teleports. That I need to. I don't know. Okay. So use the tent item. Oop. And that places us here in camp. Hi, okay. So if I train with the dummy, train, yes, you spend some time training, total sessions 1. Ah, I forgot. Okay, I forgot to give them the icon. I cannot test this. This is why you play test. I forgot to give them icons here. On the second page. This is why you playtest things, because it's like the small things that you forget. Because you're only thinking about the complex things. Okay, once more. Okay, so grab tent, grab party member, use tent to camp, and it doesn't change direction. Train, yes, you spend some time training, total sessions 1. And then if I talk to this again, it's getting late. I cannot talk to it? Hello? Okay, what's wrong? But let me test this other thing. Camp for the night, yes, +1 day. Oop. And if I now the tent disappears. Oh, I never checked for that. Okay. Hold on. That's a couple of things now. Ah, this thing is at below characters. Makes a lot of sense. Needs to be same as characters. Why is this below? I don't know. Okay, that was a quick fix. But the tent disappearing, I cannot have that. The tent needs to remain. Consumable? No. There. Maps are tiny because... Why are your maps so tiny? Yeah. They are just test maps. I'm only testing things. I'm only testing the events right now. Alright, so I'm not doing any fancy mapping. It's just for... Test maps are 500, 500. Okay, I mean... If you want to do a lot on a single map, I can get that. I understand, but I want to... This test in particular was all about uh like map transfers and such, right? So essentially we grab a tent, and then what we can do is we can use this tent to camp, and it sends us to the campground, right? Train, yes, you spend some time training. It's getting late, and now I should be able to talk to this. It's getting late, and the item, yeah, it's still here. Right, I need to disable being able to... Aha. That's another thing I didn't think of. Okay. I need to disable... Whoops, using the tent while I'm in a campground. Yeah, I actually have just like one really big test map. Yeah, I recently made made it look a bit nice for players to mess with at the end of the game. Probably make it look nicer. I mistaken Poison Swamp for Water in my games, and I just remember this. Wait, doesn't the Poison Swamp automatically deal damage? Okay, so like this is a fairly big map where I just test a bunch of random stuff, right? But these tests in particular are all about yes, okay. It's like, why can I walk on water? Wait, why is my party dying? Mm. Oh yeah, these test maps are for testing transfers more than anything. So I will put this variable to 0, so when you are in camp, the terrain becomes 0. So 0 is campground, which means if I now have the the tent item, go to camp. Okay, I need to add if I need to add a conditional branch. No, conditional branch, hold on. If variable terrain is 0, right? And then I need to add the else branch. And then I need to take all of this and put it into the else branch. And here I need to have just nothing happen. Let's see if that works. I think something might be wrong with my water filter. My water tastes like fish. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it should happen. Let's hope there's not actually a fish in the water filter. Or in a pipe after the filter. But yeah, I might you might not want to drink that anymore. It seems like something is getting through that shouldn't be getting through, or maybe the filter is like used up, right? Or is like so full that it cannot effectively filter anything anymore. I'm not sure what kind of water filter you're using, but I do think that filter. I think, yeah, I should replace it. Yeah, possibly. Just like make sure. I don't know. Maybe don't inhale too deeply while you're unpacking the filter. It's like, but yeah, replacing filters is also something that that people like to forget. I like to forget as well. It's like, how long has it been? Mm, okay, let's test this. Okay, so we're over here, and then we use our tent, and then we end up here in our campground. Train, yes, you spend some time training. Total sessions 1, and now it's like, oh, it's getting late. Right? And it's, oh, it's getting late. I cannot do anything anymore. I can probably name them, right? I can probably give them a name saying, oh, the combat dummy or alchemy station or whatever. But that's the. And if I try to use the tent, it doesn't do anything. I can probably put a message saying, you're already at camp. Right? And then I can say, break camp. And it sends me back here. Right? And if I then try to use the item, I end up back here. It's getting late. Right? So it stays. Now if I camp for the night, oop, it is now day 1. Use the tent again, go over here, train. Aha, and now I can train again. Make brew potions? Yes, you make some potions. Yay. It doesn't do anything yet. Okay. Awesome. That works. There's a couple of minor things here and there. Like her teleporting. Um, when I talk to her, where is she here? When you talk to her, she just teleports, which is a bit unelegant. Um, but eh, that's yeah. I'm not gonna worry too much about it right now. Um, okay, so that's the next thing finished. And these things are so much simpler than I thought they would be. Um, you could have them take a step toward you, then disappear. Um, yeah. Oops, I could, yeah. Um, set movement route. Move toward player. It's not the player, it's this event, right? Hmm. Let's see what this does. For that, yeah, true, true. I would have to can I change what is a four-letter word for a band of friends? IG? Uh gang. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. I was I was stuck on that one. But good thing we have awkward pain to save the day. Let's see. Hmm. Gives us a set of letters to choose from, and I thought didn't have a G. Oh wait, what? Wait, so is this like a special type of crossword? Is it like crossword plus uh what do you call it? Like the thing where you buy letters and such? Mm, no, just normal crossword. Oh, okay. Fair. Mm, but the program gives you all the possible letters. Oh, okay. So as like an additional help. All right. Yeah, I don't see anywhere where I can change this to being a through event. I don't see anything where I can change the is it called the trigger? It's called the trigger, I think. Through on if it is simultaneous through on. Oh, it's in the set movement road thing. That makes a lot of sense. Through on, there we go. Can I move this up? No, I need to delete this thing and then move toward player. And then I need to okay. Thank you. I was looking for it. It's like where is that? But it makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's check this. Slightly better. Um what I can do then in here, and I can make this a common event at some point. What I can do here is I can gather followers. Right? See if this works. Uh Hey! Let's go. Okay. Nice. 6 letters meaning to bear a cost. Something 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 OED. To bear a cost. Uh something owed. Um I have no idea. 6 letters meaning to bear a cost. Uh afford? No, that's the wrong ending. That's not it's here it's a like a past tense or a passive like owed OED. Um you already used the O. Like to finance, right? Uh in debt? Oh yeah. Yeah. You already used the O, so there is no other O in there. Huh. Uh huh. There are not a lot of words that end in O. AEFFIRZ. Zeroed? That's the only one that comes to mind, is zeroed, but that's uh to That's a very good question. Holy heck. Uh it's like it's so easy to try a fold. But that's hmm. Um that's not a lot of letters. What the heck? Huh? What fold? Fold. Yeah, I'm completely stuck. To bear the cost. Um what the heck? I'm I'm sorry. I am maybe I will think of it at some point, but I'm completely huh. This is a puzzle now. I need to solve this now. Um uh, uh trying different it's either something blindingly obvious or it's so obscure that no one's ever heard of it. Uh, right, afford again. Oh, the E was in the wrong place. That okay. Well, oh hey, Jess. Hi. Hydrate and stretch. All right, I shall. Ugh. Finish the last of my vegetable drink here. But how are you doing? Hey. Oh god, everything hurts. So I overdid it at the gym. Um my coach was like, "Yo, he made me do Smith deadlifts. Not deadlifts. Was it benches? Smith benches." And it's like, "Oh my god. This whole thing is just dead right now." And then shoulders after that. It's like, "Oh god." Doing good. How about you? I'm things hurt. But it's like it's the post workout pain, right? It's not like I'm not making it pain. So it's all good. Also, we're doing things here with RPG Maker, making a lot of progress. And if I add, what's another one of the possible party members that I can add? I want to see how this looks. Who are you? Let's add you. Uh, you are this person. Um, okay, I wanna copy all of this. Add not Casey. I wanna add, what's her name? Michelle. Okay. Um, and then a new page with the self switch on. Okay. So we now have these two. If I add her over here, but instead of Michelle, it's Casey. Instead of Casey, it's Michelle. There we go. And then we have to do this. Right? Okay. And then in the forest camp as well. Okay. Now this should work. I want to see how this looks when I already have a party member. So I go, wanna team up? Yes. And then like that. Wanna team up? Yes. Okay, they all gather. It looks a bit honky. But you know what? It works. Got a tent. And then I can probably use it on anyone. Yeah. And then they're both here. Hi. Hi. And then I can train. Spend some time training. And I make camp. Yay. And then I go back here. And then I can use the tent again. And then I can be like, train? Yes. Total sessions 2. Awesome. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, that works. Awesome. So yeah, we basically finished the things I wanted to finish. Let me change this one to a transfer. Quick event transfer to forest. Up. And then here in the forest, change here. Okay. Is the music coming from? No, it's not. I'm playing my own playlist. Ahead of schedule? Ahead of schedule indeed. I didn't expect this to go this quickly. Um but yeah. So then I may have to do like put these things on somewhere else, maybe like on an airship or something. I may have to put training dummies or whatever. But yeah, this music is from Riot Games. They put out these albums called Sessions for free to use during streaming or whatever, and it's nice music. Nice music. So why not? Um. Okay. All right. That's What now? What do now? So I finished the camping, the camping event, the big camping thing. I finished getting party members and having them appear in camp if you have them in your party. I finished a training system where you can train one thing once per day. Um, yeah, this is way more than I thought I would finish. But despite it not actually being made on actual chip hardware. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You can emulate the sound. You can emulate chiptune music um nowadays, so I think some of it may have been made to emulate, like to sound like chiptune music a little bit, but maybe not all of it. I have some chiptune covers in Seahorse's Discord. Oh, okay. I think I'm in there as well. I have to check it out. Music. That's another thing I need to get back into. There's so many things to do. I need to write my own German book, German teaching book, and I need to finish writing some RPGs. Holy heck, I've been sitting on some of them for ages. There's a board game I've been sitting on for like 5 years. Ugh, there's so many projects. Okay. Um, four numbers adding up to 18. 4 plus 3, that's a lot of possibilities. Anything that adds up to 11. Yeah, I was gonna say. It's those two. Probably, yeah. Yeah, just those two. Um, surrounded by 7 and 24. Oh. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely 24, right? It's yeah. That anything plus 24, any positive number plus 24, that adds up to 18, right? That's how math works. If you go high enough, eventually you get to integer overflow, and then you go back to the negative numbers, and then you just have to keep adding. Um, okay. There's how long have I? Yeah, I've only been going for 2 hours. I want to do more, but I can't think of anything else right now that I'm thinking of wanting to implement or test or like try out if it works. I might use the ad break to give that a think real quick. Actually, yeah. I'll be right back as well. I need to head to the bathroom real quick. And clean up after all my food. I'm done eating. Yay. So I need to uh clean up real quick, go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back and then we'll brainstorm. What about music? Do I want to do music? Um, you know what? I've been thinking about that, and it's like there is a what is it called? An audio workstation, right? AWS. I don't have one of those. I don't know which one to use. But we'll brainstorm. I will be back in a couple minutes. Ads are gonna play, and then we'll brainstorm what to do. So I'll be right back. Okay. Back. All right. I forgot to turn the music back on. Okay, welcome back. Thank you. All right. Uh so I'm not sure. Like I didn't think this would go this quickly. I didn't really think about how long this would take in the first place. Um but that was remarkably quick. Um so I'm at a bit of a loss at what to do. I suppose I can do like one more thing, which is if I have like a town map, right? Uh just for completeness sake. So, how do I make a town? I think this is the wrong tile set for making a town. No? Outside, inside, dungeon. Oh no, here they are. So if I have like, whoops. Yeah, indeed. How goes? The auto tiling behavior is very interesting. Um, like worth looking at. But also, it means that you can do certain things. Like if I do this, it puts the shadows here. If I do this, if I don't connect some things, right? Um, such okay. But yeah. Uh, is this a wall? Or is it where's a roof? There's a roof. Whatever. Town. There. Done. Town is done. Okay. So what I want here is I want an event. Same as the terrain event. Right? Over here. Paste. But set the terrain value to 99. Okay, and then go to the common event. And add another if else statement. Another conditional branch. Variable of this is equal to terrain there is equal to 99. Else this. Okay, and if it's here, you show a text going, you're already in camp. And here is show text. Cannot camp in town. Okay. Now I need some transfer. town. Here. Done. Go to the town map. I forgot where it leads you to. Somewhere here. Then new quick event creation, transfer. Grassland here. Done. Okay. Just for consistency's sake. Oh, I was close. Okay. All right. Now, the idea here is 3 numbers that add up to 24. The first is either 5 or 6. Actually, first one is 9. Well, then the next 2 numbers add up to 15. Right? Whatever's available. Is this for all the inns and stuff? Yeah, it's essentially. Oh, right, and I have to have another one indoors, for indoors. So let's do that real quick. Thank you for reminding. Way to figure out by solving the 11 in the corner. But this is weird. A crossword with like what do you call it? Crossword with math in it. House, whatever. No, that's not what I wanted. New map. House. Inside. There. The big house, but we don't care right now. What is floor? This is floor. Right? And then we have a wall over here. Whoops. Okay, there we go. And make it look nice. By adding this. Okay. Done. Does this really just have areas for door? Lead to house over here. And this is a quick event. Transfer. Lead to town over here. Okay. And then I need this event to be running here. And it needs to control the terrain variable to say 100. I don't like 198. Let's go 98. But that means I need to edit the go to camp thing one more time. Another conditional branch is the variable of terrain is 98. An else branch. Here. And then show text can't camp indoors. Okay. Right. Let's test PPEG room. Yes, exactly. Kakuro. What is Kakuro? That sounds vaguely familiar. Let's only grab her for now. I think I just got 2 tens. Doesn't matter. So, yeah. Cannot camp in town. And then can't camp indoors. Right, and then if I did it use a tent? It didn't. I got rid of the consume thing. Now I can camp, and now only she is here because we only have her in our party. Da da da, and now I go here. It's now day 1. Right, and it's all good. All right, nice. We can still talk to her. Oop. Grab her in our party, and then if we go over here, like cannot camp in town. All right, this works. Awesome. Can't camp indoors. All right, this works now. Sorry about that. Okay. Cool. So that works. Now I have the whole I didn't test if it says in the campground. So let me test that one more time. Grab a tent. Use the tent. Try to camp. You're already in camp. Okay. Nice. Pitching a tent in the middle of town square. Really? Yeah, exactly. That's a thing in like Baldur's Gate as well. Not Baldur's Gate 3, 1, and 2. If you're in a town, like some areas are designated as a town. And if you try to rest there, there's a chance that a city guard will wake you up and be like, yo, no sleeping on the streets. You need to go to an inn. Right? So, uh, yeah. So that's the thing. So yeah, I want to say, like, I want to designate some areas. Now that I have this terrain thing, this terrain variable, I can do so much with it, right? I'm gonna say this area is a town, this area is indoors, this is actually the camp already. So yeah. Nice. Okay. Uh Good progress? Yeah. There is actually one more thing I wanted to test. And I kind of know how this works already, but I want to where are you? Actually, no, never mind. Go here. Let me add another exit over here. And then I have this place where I can add. Aha. Uh, okay. Add this. So again, transfer event to map 1 down here. Okay, and then from map 1, a transfer event back to the grassland. All right. So I kind of know how to do this already, but I've never done it before, so I want to try. And that is, I need to change the tile set. There we go. Um, and that is make a bridge, a functional bridge that you can walk underneath and over. So how this works is apparently, what's the difference between? Oh, thank you for that, Pat. Kind of wondering, like, what's the difference between this and this? Because there doesn't seem to be any real difference. other than one is an auto tile and one is not. So I'm not sure. But okay, so how this works is you have it's some sort of cliff that you walk up on. Like so. All right, they have layers in MZ again. That was a pain in A7MV. Yeah, I know. Adding layers is so good. Uh this is where the auto tile messes up. Okay, so here and then this. Have a corner over here, outer corner here, this an inner corner here, or an outer corner, sorry, and then corner for this and one for this. Actually, this is okay, and then more stairs. Okay, so this is you go up this way, and then there's a bridge to Terabithia. No, to this cliff over here, right? Part always messes with me. I'm not sure why, but I've trial and error my way through that part of the terrain so much. Yeah, it's like it's a bit unintuitive if you don't get like what this thing is supposed to be. Right, and let's add this to make it look a little bit more consistent. There, okay. Um actually over here. Okay. Now, how this works, I placed this way too far out. I can probably place this closer in. I don't want to I don't want to do too much work. What am I doing here? And get rid of all of this. There we go. Okay. Okay. Now, we have a place where we can walk up this way, and then there should be a bridge that crosses over to this other small island, cliff island up here. So how this works is we make a whole bunch of events. Let's place over here. And then the event needs to be what do we use for bridge? Let's use this one. We started out as above characters through. There we go. And the switch, no switch, right? Like this. But then, new page, have this over here. Below characters, and this is if the switch bridge is on, right? Oops. And now we copy paste this, and then we could do something under the bridge as well. like this. Right. Let me copy this event and just change the oop, and change it to this thing, right? Then we can have the same, but change it to the middle beam. And then over here to the right beam. Okay. Now we have a bridge, right? And how we do this is we have, when we get in, we need an event here that's like raise bridge. And essentially what it needs to do is it needs to turn this switch off. Control switch, bridge, turn off. There. And then we have events over here. We have an event over here that is a player touch, and that switches the bridge switch off, right? Let's call this bridge off, right? And then we have an event over here, bridge on, that turns the bridge switch on, and that is also player touch, right? So what happens here is when you enter this map, this thing activates and puts the bridge to be something that you can walk under. Let me, yeah. Is this above characters? Is above characters, right? Actually, this one, let's make it that you cannot walk through the beam. Okay, right? But you can walk through the middle. You can walk through the middle here, no problem. And then you walk over here. You first trigger this switch. This switch doesn't change anything, right? It's just if you walk on here and then decide, oh no, I want to turn back around, whatever, right? But then as soon as you go over one of these two switches, it raises the bridge or turns the bridge on. So all of these then become this, and it's below characters and no longer through. So you can walk on it. Right? And then if you go over here and then come back, you walk over this switch again, it doesn't change anything. The bridge is already active. And then you walk over here, over this switch, and that puts the bridge to be inactive again, and then you can walk underneath. That's the theory. Let's test this. I watched a tutorial on how to do this. Let's see if I remember correctly. So, whoop, we can walk underneath this, no problem. Right? Oh, we can walk through this somehow. I need to change that, but doesn't matter. Right? We can walk underneath the bridge. Come over here. Boop. Ah. I need to change this thing. This thing needs to it needs to be like, what does this need to be? Like so? Yeah. And then over here as well, this needs to be like this. And then I need, oops. And then I need, actually, hold on, this event needs to erase itself, because if it triggers once, it triggers all the time and it turns the bridge off constantly. So I need to erase this event. Because after you've entered this area, The idea is you enter the area if the switch was somehow. No, this doesn't work as well because if I'm here, I can just walk up. Right? Let me check. Let me check. This is not terrain thing. This is. Yeah, I can just walk on here. That's not what I wanted. Okay, so uh okay, it's a little bit more complex. Um I need to be able to actually step onto the bridge, but I cannot make it so that I can step onto here. Do I put another event? Yeah, I put another event in here that prevents me from running into it. A priority same as characters. Same as characters that doesn't have anything on there. And when the bridge is active, I put it as below characters. That should work now. Let's see. So, I cannot walk into the beam, okay. I can still walk into here. Huh. A bridge should be on. And I can walk over the bridge. Okay, so this works. And then bridge should be off again. And then I walk underneath the bridge. Okay, so this part works. Do I need to place something in here to make it that I cannot? Uh... Do I need to place something in here? Uh... Huh. Or does it just not have collision then? Um... Mm, how do I change? How do I stop player movement? Is that a thing? With an event, can I do that? Uh... Hmm. I may have to look at the tutorial again. Uh... RPG Maker Bridge. Guess. Let's check. There's apparently a lot of tutorials for this. Okay, so let's check. Okay. Just setting up the actual bridge tiles. Oh, okay. It's apparently really simple. I just need to put this into parallel so that it's constantly running and constantly on the level of the players. That's easy. Yeah, if the event needs to be active and running. No, that's still not. Huh? Okay, hold on, hold on. That's apparently I misread. Okay, so there's another thing I didn't realize that some people do or you need to do because if I'm here now, I can just walk off the bridge sideways. Yeah, I didn't think that was the case. So I just walk off here, right? Because I didn't set anything here for the player not to be able to walk through. So so apparently it really is just you have an event set to um set to parallel and same as characters, and that should prevent them from running into the event. Right? So if I have this as parallel, same as characters, it should prevent them from walking into it? Question mark? Aha! Now it works. Apparently I needed the walking checked. Okay. So I need another event here that is above characters. And when the bridge is active, it needs to be same as characters in parallel. There. Okay. Like so. Just for safety's sake. It's a lot of events just for a single bridge. Okay. Let's try this one more time. I can walk through here, no problem. I can walk under the bridge. No issues. I cannot walk onto the cliff. The price of doing everything in 2D. Yeah. And now I go up here, walk. And now the bridge should be active. And I can walk on here. And I cannot walk off the bridge sideways. Oop. And I can walk here. All normal, all good. And then once I hit this area right here, the bridge should be deactivated again. And it's just a floating structure. Awesome! So that worked. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Basically 6 types of events just for the bridge. And it looks completely normal. Yeah, I know, right? It looks completely integrated. Like no weird clipping, no weird like things happening and such. I can just walk underneath completely normally. Yeah. It does take a lot of space though in the map because like it's not just this little bit, right? The whole thing is events, including to the sides and such, which means um uh words. Like it means I cannot put anything else next to it, or I may have to combine it in one event or something and make it super complex. But yeah, this works. Awesome. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, it does limit where I can trigger other events, exactly. I may be able to put something like this also has... No, I cannot. I cannot put anything on this event, for example, because this is a blocker event. I do have to have events here, such. Can I make this event look like a fire, for example? I probably could. Um, okay, there's one more thing I want to I think that's just that simple. So what kept happening is when I talked to the campfire to activate resting, it kept going out, but I think it's really just a direction fix. Yeah, okay, it's that simple. Okay. All right. Nice. Uh, so that's the bridge. Hmm. Okay. What else? I think slowly I might start getting like trying to get into building a first like game and maybe start collecting ideas for what I want in the game. There's a lot of other things to go through. There's things like math to test. There's like damage formulas and all of that to calculate and such. It's a lot, right? It's all of this, right? It's like what do you do here, right? How do you get good attack formulas and such and stat scaling to make sure. All right, I set this at 2 first level. Um, to give you like a good idea of growth, such. There's a lot of math you can put into this, and like what classes you should have, what elements you should have, right? What weapon types and so on. It's what I always did was come up with my own calculations for all the damage. Yeah. Um, definitely. There's a all right, I added a couple of extra equipment types. I forgot. Um, there's for everything. Yeah, there's some good guides out there. There's one that says, "Oh, how should you actually use the math in the game if you want like a persistent feeling of growth, right? Where small changes have an effect where it's not like, oh, I'm upgrading from a 20 damage sword to a 30 damage sword, but it doesn't actually show up in the damage numbers, right? It's like you want players to see and to feel that there's a difference when they level up or when they upgrade their equipment. Um, and how to go into the math. It essentially uses exponents, right? So the idea is you start with very low numbers in the early game, and then as you get higher, the numbers grow in an exponential way, so that when you have something like 10 attack, right, and you find a 10 attack sword, it's like, oh my god, that's really good, right? It doubles my attack, and you can definitely see that. And then later on, when you're level 50 or so, sure, your attack grows by a certain amount. But if you upgrade your sword, since it gets exponentiated, right, you can still feel the damage growth that way. Disgaea does that. Yeah, I think a lot of games, essentially, a lot of JRPGs do that, and it's a very good guide and saying so. You want, like, you might want the range to be like low numbers, and then the upper range to be 9999, right? The 9999 damage. Um, so that's like if you have all of the buffs, if you have the best equipment, if you have max levels and everything, that's what you can expect to hit. And then you gear your math toward that, right? Which is, I think, is a good benchmark as a number to just derive all the other numbers from. So that's definitely one way to do it. Or you can keep all the numbers low, right? That's another good point that was raised is you have full control over all of these things. All of these numbers you have full control over, right? So it doesn't matter like how you do the formula so much in regards to enemies because you have full control over their stats. I usually aim for dealing around 5 to 10 at level 1 to dealing 900 plus by 99. Yeah. So that's some numbers to but like at some point that's also just you just grab a notebook and you just start writing things. Like what elements do I want? What classes do I want? What are the themes of the story, right? What items do I want in there? Do I want a crafting system? Do I want other things in there? Do I want etc etc. I don't know. Um and I was thinking uh classes. Is there a way mm, yeah, encounter none. So I don't want random encounters to be a thing, right? So I don't think I can change that encounter steps. Yeah, I don't think I can change that here. Yeah, if I change it to 0, it's probably an encounter every single step. But what I can do, and I don't want it to be like this because eventually you'll run out. So what I can do is just have the main character be no random encounters, just have it in their class, and then only have events on the map, right? So like I don't know what do we have here? Something, right? Player touch, approach, and then you start the battle, right? You have to set up the troops for there to be random encounters. Right. I remember. Yeah, you have to have this here. Okay, then I don't need to do that in here. Yeah. Good point. You have to set up troops for there to be random encounters in the first place. And then I can do this, and I can do battle processing. Right? Start a battle. Can lose, can escape. Boom. If win, I control a switch, self switch, no control self switch, boom, and then I have another page, self switch on, and then this event disappears, right? So if I start this off, actually let's go to options, make sure the volume. Let's just turn off all of the volume. Grab this party member. Grab this party member. Walk over here, and then look. This dude's gonna approach us, maybe. Yeah. Ah. Okay, and then if we go here, it's a battle. This looks horrible, but okay. Uh, okay, yeah. Very simple. Whatever. Up, fight. All right. Reed is dead. I forgot he only has 2 HP. Whatever. Doesn't matter. And now the event is gone. Woohoo! Yeah, I set his HP to 2 in order to test things, and I forgot he only has 2. But I think I changed that death. Oh no, remove at battle end? No, it doesn't. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Mm, you can even make it so if you get them from behind, it's a surprise. Ooh. That's probably conditional branch, right? If enemy. No, if character player facing. Okay, so I need to grab the facing direction. Of this. All about direction. I need to. Okay, let's try to figure this out. So I need to control a variable, which is enemy facing, and it's game data, which is enemy. No. Character. Last use skill. Actor. Player. This event. Direction. Direction of this event. Boom. There. Okay. That's the first step. Then I need a conditional branch. Variable direct enemy facing is equal to 2, right? That means it's facing down. And then I need to check if character player is also facing down. Then What do I do? Change enemy HP? Battle processing, but then hold on. Conditions switch. I can do a switch. Surprise. Change enemy HP, decrease by I don't know, 50. Right? And then I turn the switch off. There. And then in here, it's control switch. Whoops. Surprise. Turn it on. And then I start the battle. And then I have... Oh no, and then I need an else path here. Else branch. Oh god. Else just start the battle normally. Right? And then copy this whole thing. Into here. If enemy facing... Come on. If enemy facing is 4, which is to the left. And then if the player is facing left, do all this. Does that have does have the loophole of if the enemy starts approaching you and you manage to turn away from them last second, you also get this. Is there a way to change? I don't think there is, unless you grab all of the coordinates of the map. Or you compare you can then grab coordinates. You getting surprised should be a thing, right? It's already in here. Oh god. The way I'm thinking about how to do this now is super complex. It's essentially you have to check the facing direction and then you have to grab the coordinates and compare. Right? So if they're both facing left, if the monster's x coordinate is greater than the player's x coordinate, then the player is surprised. Right? Because it means if they're facing left and the x coordinate is greater, it's further to the right. That means they're facing left, and then first the player, and then the monster further to the right is also facing left, and the monster has surprised the player. Oh god. That's a lot right now. Let me just do this right now, and I'll test it after the ad. Oh my goodness. Or actually, let me just... I'll just put everything in here right now. Enemy facing. Okay, and then this, if enemy facing is equal to 6, that means they're facing right. Player is facing right. And then there's one last one here. If enemy facing is 8, That means they're facing up. The player is also facing up. Remember it was a headache, but it's worth it. Yeah, I can actually try doing that.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Yeah. But that feels like it's how it should be done. Right? It's like you need to see if they're both facing the same way, and then you need to compare coordinates. Luckily, you don't need to compare all the coordinates, you only need to compare one. Right? If they're facing left or right, you only need to compare the x coordinate. If they're facing up or down, you only need to compare the y coordinate. So that's the good thing here. Also, let me change this dude's HP back to normal. Probably supposed to be like 599 or something. I don't know. Or whatever. 549 something. Bleh, whatever. Close enough. Oy. But this is already very, very long. I can make this shorter. By removing these two things. Right? That's not what I wanted to click. Edit. Okay. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, wow, I don't have to do this. I don't have to do all of this. Uh oh. I don't have to do all of this. Because it flips the switch, and that's already the change I want. I also had like 30 different counters that it could be, which add a bit of length too. Oof. Okay, ads are over. Nice. All right, we're back. So, okay, so what I've been doing, I've just been running I've just been putting the battle control in here again and again and again, and I don't need to do this. I don't need to do this. Because, oops, what I'm really after is just, are they facing the same way? If yes, turn on the switch surprise. Right? That's all I'm looking for right now. And then at the very end, I run the battle. And then here I can do can lose, can escape, blah, all of that good stuff. Edit, can lose, can escape, and then if win, self switch. Where is it? Control self switch A on. Oops. And then here it's gone. Yeah. Okay. And here I can add more. I can go here and say control variable, which is enemy X. Hello? What did I just do? Oh, that was a switch. Whoops, I clicked wrong. Or if you want to farm them every time you get there, this is a great place for erase event. Not just erase event, I turn the switch. Okay, yeah. So that when you re-enter the area, they're back. Yeah, okay. Enemy X set to game data. Other.
Updated my journal.
This event map X. And then I need to do this for all of the other variables. Enemy Y. Game data character this event map Y. Ooh, player X. Game data character map X. And player Y. Whoops. Let me add. Oh god. Player Y. Game data character map Y. Map Y of player. There we go. Okay. Oh, Myendra Shadow Awaker. Hello. Good morning. Hello, welcome. Nice to have you here. This looks like a tutorial YouTube I have seen. I'm very like I'm pretty certain such a thing exists. I'm just trying to figure things out here on my own right now, which might not be the smartest thing, but we're learning, you know? Why not? We're learning. But yeah, welcome. Also, thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but if you wish to announce that you have followed, then yeah. But it's the time I must be taking off. Oh, all right, all right. It was nice to have you here, Awkward Pain. And thanks for all the help. Have a great rest of stream. Yeah. Thank you for hanging and have a great time zone. Um yeah, we shall see how far we can get with this. Um Conditional branch. If variable enemy they're facing is greater than variable player Y. There. Okay. It looks almost like a copy that tells you how to use elevation. Oh, you mean the bridge in the background? Yeah, that is bring back a lot of memories of the game. um yeah. No, that's the bridge in the background. Yes, definitely. That is from a YouTube tutorial. I had watched one ages ago and I was trying to recreate how to make a bridge happen in the game. But right now we're doing something completely different. Right now we're trying to get a wandering monster and trying to add in surprise to this. Also, Vitalina, hi. Hi again. Let's see. So they're facing left, which means the monsters if variable enemy X is less than player X. Means the player is standing behind the monster. I am at work, so I can't barely help. That's okay. That is perfectly okay. I appreciate you checking in anyway. This is just all about learning things in general and just trying things out, right? Facing 6 is to the right. So if variable enemy X is greater than variable player X, put that here, and then additional branch if this is facing up. So if enemy X is less than enemy Y, sorry, is less than player Y, then we get surprise. Okay. Let's test. So, I need to grab the party members. Can't forget. All right, and now this thing is gonna be very slow. Let's check. Doom. Goblin emerged. It should die in like 1 or 2 hits. Or not. How do I test this? How do I test if the surprise is on? Um Edit. Entire troop goblin one. Let's murder one of the goblins. Hopefully that works. Okay, so once again, grab party members. Over here. I messed up. Okay. Let me do this a little bit easier. That's okay. Okay, come over here. Okay, I should. That didn't surprise. I think I know what went wrong. I just need to check the enemy facing. I don't need to check the player facing because the player could be facing a different way when they touch. I just need the enemy facing and then the relative positions. Oops. Okay, let's see. What? Come on. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna change this to not remove the event. I want to transfer. Where do I change the position of the event? Um, Let me just erase and then I can come back and get okay. Bit easier to do. Okay. Um Go here. That didn't work. RPG Maker MZ facing variable. Setting player direction to game variable. There we go. What is the value? 2 is down, 4 is left, 6 is right, 8 is up. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so I got those correct. And what is happening? Does this game have a story yet? No, we're far, far away from that. This is really just testing out the mechanical bits. Like the whole campground thing, the bridge, the wandering monsters. Um, so which surprise is on, right? Yeah, if this is the case, uh oh, okay. Um how do I I'm so confused. Also, I don't know yet what kind of a story I might want to do. Like I'm a bit far from that right now. Um let's see. If enemy facing is 2, that means the enemy is facing down. Yeah? Direction of this event. Yes. Map X of this event. It should be this event, right? And if it's facing down and the enemy Y coordinate is higher than the player Y coordinate, which means it is also further down, so the player is behind it, then turn on the surprise switch. And when the surprise switch is on, oh, I had the battle processing all the way at the beginning. I didn't see. It didn't do anything of the other stuff. Ay. This is what happens in coding. You just have so many things in there. It's just yeah. Okay, now nothing happens. Ah. Did you follow the tutorial in the system itself? Not yet. I haven't done any tutorials of this thing yet. Um, I have played around with earlier versions of RPG Maker, so I still know some of that, which is where most of my knowledge comes from, and I've learned a little bit of coding here and there, which like it um so but I haven't actually done the tutorials in here yet. I might have to at some point just to brush up on everything and cover all the basics. But yeah, I have played around with this program all the way back from like RPG Maker 2K, 2000, whichever one. Uh, I know because that tutorial is VS Case. Yeah, like I played around with I think 2000, 2K3, XP, VX Ace. I still have VX Ace on this computer, like on Steam as well. And then this one. So I've done a lot of like random things in RPG Maker throughout the years. Um, there's nothing this involved right now. Um, but I'm not seeing. It should grab all of the variables, right? X and Y coordinates of this event, X and Y coordinates of the player, and the direction this event is facing. And then it should compare this information in these 4 blocks and turn on the surprise switch if the conditions are met. And then it starts the battle. And the battle itself has, if this switch is on, kill one of the goblins immediately. Right? So and then turn off the switch. Well, I have some old projects. I don't I don't even know where some of my old stuff is. I probably changed computer once or twice between then, and I lost a lot of my stuff. But I never really pursued this seriously. One for a lack of ideas, and two for a lack of like the technical understanding. But yeah, want it? Ugh. I lost some stuff. Yeah, want like your old projects? Want it? As in, want your old projects? Um, yeah. Oh, uh, I mean, if you want to share, yeah. What would be the best way to do that though? Um. Oh, yeah. Sorry. No links. Yeah. Sorry. I will have to give you permission to post links. I am sorry. Um. Hold on. Okay, you can try now. Yeah, it's because people might post strange links to places. Like I'd rather be more careful. All right. Oh, that works. Oh, it's on the Steam Workshop. Cool. Okay, okay. Thanks. I will check it out. Awesome demo version 3. Okay. I use a special bot to manage that. Yeah. Um right now this is Stream Elements doing it. I might want to switch that as well and make it like easier for people to post links or to let me know they wish to post links and such. Um but yeah, it's I don't know. There's a lot of these small things in the stream setup that I need to comb through and just update bit by bit. I use Mix It Up. I use StreamerBot. uh I use StreamerBot, so yeah, it's like one of the it's you use either one or the other, right? Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say good things of Mix It Up, but like I've also heard a lot of really good things about StreamerBot. So I started that, and my entire setup is for StreamerBot. Like my alerts, my redeems, my commands, my everything right now is with StreamerBot. Firebot. Okay, that one I will have to check out. Firebot. All on one Twitch bot. Okay. I will have to check that one out. Um okay. Mix It Up is the nerd of all bots. I guess I haven't used it yet. So I don't actually know. I know it can do a lot of things, but I've already spent like a lot of hours in StreamerBot setting things up to have them work. Maybe one day I might switch. I will have to look up like a comparison would be really useful, right? If someone has like experience with both and is like, "Oh, Mix It Up can do this, StreamerBot can do that." And this is why you would use Mix It Up, this is why you would use StreamerBot, and so on and so forth. So mm, yeah, I not sure. Yeah, I will have to see. There's some good things in StreamerBot that I want to include, like stream effects and such that all run over StreamerBot, which is a cool thing. Mix It Up is hard to master but can do more. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm this it's a long-term thing, right? It's a long-term plan of mine. Be like I kind of want to improve the technical sides of my stream and all of that. Like I have to go through my mic filters again, like all of that stuff. I have to go through all the redeems and everything and such. Having two bots is not a bad thing. It's not, but it also eats a lot of um processing, right? So and my idea is basically the more things I have to start up before I start stream, the more chances are that I forget something. Right? I already have to start up a whole bunch of things. I have to start OBS, I have to start VTube Studio, I have to start StreamerBot, and I have to SpeakerBot, and sometimes I have to start up music, and so on and so forth. So it's a lot to think of, just really. Um, I actually could make music for whatever this is. Ooh. Like I said, I don't have anything concrete planned right now. um, and if I do make games with this, like the first few are just gonna be super short practice games, right? Like a 10-15 minute, like a game that you can complete in 10-15 minutes or so. Just like, oh, 3 areas and a big boss fight and a one quest, done. Right? Just like that. Just some practice things. So thank you very much for the offer. Um, But right now, it's really just I don't know. I don't have anything planned for this. Uh, one of the things Mix It Up can do is start all the other programs you need. Well then, okay. I will have to look up Mix It Up tutorials. Mix It Up basics. Get started with Mix It Up. Okay, okay, okay. I will have to look at some tutorials then, see what it does, and might start playing around with it at some point. That's, like I said, it's a long-term plan. I'm working on a lot of things for upgrading the stream in general, and uh it's a lot. Uh, but right now, what I use, I'm working on the 1,000 projects project. Wait, what is the 1,000 projects? Where you make 1,000 projects? Is that just like 1,000 small practice projects? Is that what? What do you mean? That sounds like a lot. That's dang. But right now I'm a bit confused why this doesn't work. So let me check. It's just a number. Oh, okay. So RPG Maker MZ troop event page. Troop settings. Conditions. Um One. Okay. So it seems like the problem is that the switch isn't turned on. So let me check. Uh wait for wait for 300 frames. Let me do this in here. And let me show text switch is on so that I can know that the switch is on. Um the idea is to make a lot of small projects and put them together. I would try to make it a community game where the rules are it has to fit in the theme and the game should be able to handle it. Ah, okay, so kind of like a mini game is the wrong word, but like a mini project collection where you have a lot of small things inside a bigger project. Okay, so the switch never turned on. So this is breaking. Yeah, something like that. Okay, that sounds cool. That sounds really cool. I love that that's how something you can also do with RPG Maker, right? It doesn't have to be like a big epic RPG. It can just be a collection of small short stories or just small gameplay things. I love that. Okay, so um this is event 21. Uh what if I change it not to this event but of counter? Right, so instead of map X of encounter of this event, make it encounter. Maybe that is somehow breaking it, which would suck. Is that okay? Let's test this. Hey, the buy-in is $25 unless you own RPG Maker MV. I don't own MV. I got MZ in the sale, in the spring sale that was happening. But hi, Little Eclipse. Hold on. How are you doing? Did I spell that correctly? I spelled that correctly. Um, it's on sale now in Humble. It is? Well, like I already have MZ, so I don't have the money to spend on all that right now. Uh, Dragonlance, Dice and Destiny, Tactical Triumph. Wow, there's a lot of bundles that they have. Cinti Game Dev Assets, Mega Dungeon Mega Bundle. What? Full bundle heroines. Delta Green. I don't actually see it in a bundle. Woke up like a minute ago, see notifications, so I jumped on stream. Thank you for jumping on. Um, I don't see it. Uh, yeah, I Hero Craft. Yeah, I don't see it right now. Self-reliance and off-grid skills. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, RPG Maker. Oh, there we go. MV Unite, EXA's Pixel Game Maker, MV RPG Maker Unite Add. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. I don't think I need all of this. Yeah, I don't think right now. I will have to see. There's some good things in here. Huh. I'll have to see, but yeah. Why are so many people so nice to me? I'm not worth it. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Don't talk like that about yourself. Um. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, this thing is not triggering. So let's see. We were working on. We were working on this event. Right. I wanted to test this. Uh. All right. Let's see. We're just doing some RPG Maker. Okay. Also didn't work. So it's not this thing that's broken. I can probably change it back to this event. Right? Uh, oof. What is going on? Why is this not working? Uh, Wandering monsters. Preemptive surprise event. It's a plugin. I don't want it to be a plugin. Oh hey, Joan Rico? John Erico? Oh good. Please let me know. Hi. Welcome. How are you doing? The second John Erico? Okay. Okay, got it. If you need help, I can explain it with words. Yeah, so what I'm but yeah, welcome. We're doing some we're doing some RPG Maker. Okay, so what I'm trying to do right now is I have a wandering monster over here, and a wandering monster event. I just undid all of that. And what I'm trying to do is when it touches the player, right? Then it starts the combat encounter. But I want the player to be able to surprise the monster by approaching it from behind. I would like to help, but I barely can see what myself am typing, let alone Titan text visible on stream. Oh no, yeah. Don't strain yourself. It's okay. It's okay. What I'm trying to do right now might be relatively complex, or I'm just overlooking something or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. Use a touch event? Yes. So this is a touch event, right? It's walking around, approaching the player, and it's a touch event. If I only know a plugin for that. Yeah, I kind of want to not use too many plugins. I want to see if I can do it in the game using events. So what I have right now is when this event is activated, right? When it's touched, when the player touches the event, it grabs the X and Y coordinates of this event. It also grabs the X and Y coordinates of the player, and it grabs the direction this event is facing. right? And then it goes through a whole bunch of if conditions. Hey, I'm on. Plugins carry this whole engine. I know, but again, if there's anything I can do in the engine itself, I kind of want to try and do that first. Also because I don't know how JavaScript works, so I I would be beholden to whoever created the plugin, and I cannot change things myself. Uh, but yeah, hi Alman. Is my game working out? Kinda. We got some things done. Hey, is your game working out? Thinking then you better go spot it. Wait. Oh. Okay. Are you winning? Not really. Here's a trick. To use two moving events. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Use two moving events? Um, and one is invisible, the other is just the wandering item. Okay. So are they walking together? Is that the idea? But then I cannot have project for today. Try to write the background for the new witch character. Yes, they are walking together. How do I make them walk together then? Does it work if I have approach? Like, is there some randomness involved in approach? Or is it deterministic? So if I have both of them together, but can I even have the events on top of each other? Does that work? Like I cannot place them on top of each other in the in here, right? Brain needs water, air, and energy to work. You don't have snack redeem. I'm telling you this way. Yeah, no, I don't have a snack redeem. I cannot snack. That would be too much. Um. So no, one is a bit slower than the other. Okay, so they're behind each other, basically. Huh. So if I just as a test, right? I have, I don't know, this person here. Also approach, right? It's a trick, so it's not perfect. Yeah. But here, if I have these two, right? Okay, so this is how approach works. No, they just yeah, they just completely split up. Hmm. I think I drop out for now. Those are things I can't help out with anyways. Okay. Thank you for being here, Eclipse. And have a good day. Have a good start to your day. Whoops. Hmm. And then they just split up like this. How on event is above the play, and one event is above the player and the other is below. think I need something like that as well. Huh. Okay. It looks like, though, if I do that, I need them on a fixed route, because if I put them on approach, then they just completely randomly start diverging and then just do whatever and split up. Um, all right, so uh hold on. There is something. Turn 0. Maybe no, that's not it. It was the switch that wasn't checking. Yes, I do have the coordinates. I should have only one have to be on approach. Okay, only one has to be on approach. Oh, wait, and the other one is maybe approach the other event. That that doesn't exist. Uh um so yeah, the idea is I grab the X and Y coordinates of this event, right? Of this encounter. Grab the X and Y coordinates of the player, and I grab the direction this event is facing. And then I check if the enemy is facing down, which is this variable here, enemy facing equals 2. And if the enemy, wait, 2 is down. Yeah, and the enemy y coordinate is greater than the player y coordinate. Right? Which means this enemy is further down than the player, which will mean that the player is behind the enemy. Then I turn on the switch, which is surprise, and I turn that on. Right? And to test that, it should tell me, oh, the switch is on. Um, I think what is messing up here. I think I understand what's messing up. Because as soon as I touch the event turns towards the player, and then it starts the script, so it can never have a surprise happen. I think that's what's happening. Uh I just made this trick up so it may fail. If you did like to have a copy. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to do this. I know. Like so because if whenever I okay, let's get rid of this one. If I touch the event, right, it turns to face the flare, and then it starts running the script. And at that point, it's facing the player, and the player can never approach it from behind. The behind is not on touch but on action. Yeah, so it's too slow effectively, right? The game first tells the event to face the player and then it checks all of this data. Behind is not on touch but on action. So I have to press the action button. Uh If you want to surprise it, why not force the player to use an action? Very good point. Um Okay, how do I do this then? Uh because I also want the event to start the battle when it touches the player. Right? Okay, let me try this first. Um No, it still turns around. And I don't get the message. Yeah, it didn't work. So the action button doesn't do anything. Is there a way to make it not turn toward the player? Um, hmm. I'm not sure. Uh, uh I don't see. So the action button didn't work. All right, ads are gonna start soon though. I need to head to the bathroom real quick, and then I will see if there's anything to be done here without a plugin. But yeah, I will see you all in a couple minutes. Okay. Handful of seconds left on the ad. But alright. Should be back now. Okay, I was just thinking, will this work direction fix? But no, that just overall makes it impossible for this thing to change direction. So, yes, back. Yes, back indeed. Alright, so this will now just walk. Yeah, that no, that doesn't work. It can walk sideways, but it will always face this direction. That's not what I want. Aha! But my idea was correct. My idea was correct. It is indeed, because the thing is, it turns toward the player, and then, surprise, it kills one of the goblins. Okay, so it was indeed that it turns toward the player the moment you touch it and activate the event, and then the direction it's facing will always be toward the player, and then it doesn't. It you can never surprise it. Okay, so how do I fix this? Is it possible to fix this? There's something I can add that makes it so it cannot um that it cannot turn toward the player. What other information can I grab? Mm, how can I do this? There is a super convoluted way. Uh, need to think. Oh, lurk. Oh, the store is open. Program tip. It's called a ducky. It's explained to your chat. In this case, what happens and why. If you explain it, you did it right as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And yeah, thank you for the lurk. Have a good work at the store, I guess. But yeah, thanks for helping out a bit and enjoy your lurk. Have a good time at work. Um. Okay, so the problem I have right now is that as soon as the event activates, it turns to face the player, and that means the player will never be behind the event, right? You can never touch the back of the event. Well, you can, but it immediately turns face you, and then the when it grabs the direction it's facing, it'll always be facing toward the player, and then that doesn't work. There is so one solution that I'm thinking of right now, which is super, super convoluted, is that I grab alternating X and Y coordinates. Right? So that I have one page where I grab the X coordinates, and then I flip to a different page by flipping a switch. And then on that page, I grab a different set of X and Y coordinates. But then the event will have to run constantly. Um. I think I need another event. Okay, so I think I need another event. Huh. Oh my goodness. So my idea was, instead of just tracking the the X and Y coordinates in the moment the player touches it, I also track the X and Y coordinates while it's walking, but only of the last two steps. Right? And using the information of the last two steps, or the last step it took, I can deduce what direction it must be facing. Right? If the X coordinate, the old X coordinate is larger than the new X coordinate, that means it was walking toward the left, and that means it's facing left. Right? If the old Y coordinate is smaller than the new Y coordinate, then um it means it was moving down, and that means it's facing down. Right? Does that make sense? So I go okay. So I do so let me paint this on here. Maybe that'll be a bit. So like uh I have one step here, and then one step here, and like one step here, right? And and so the idea is, oops, on like the grass, on the dirt road, right? Is there not a facing memory like the X and Y? There is not. Apparently not. Um, or actually, you know what? I don't have to grab the X and Y. I could probably grab the facing directly, but an older facing somehow. Um, okay. I may not have to do the math. I think there is, but you'd have to call a script. Yeah. Um, again, because as soon as this encounter gets triggered, it turns around, and if I want this event to stop the facing event, the grab the facing information event, it's too late. Right? That's already too late, because by that time it has turned toward the player. So the idea is, right, if I start on this dirt path and I move down to this cobblestone path, right, my X coordinate is here, up here, which is 2, and then down here my X coordinate is 3. And then my old X coordinate is smaller than my new X coordinate, and that means I was walking downward. And that because I'm walking downward, I need to be facing downward. Makes me a little angry how some really useful stuff is hidden by scripting. Yeah, it is. Um, Discord. Is that not? Did that not work? Oh, there we go. That worked. Yeah. Okay, I think there was an extra space in there. um and then when this event happens, the x and y coordinates will no longer change, right? So, can I finagle this somehow? If I say uh if I know if I know how quickly this thing moves, I can have another event and use timers. Right? If I know that this thing will take a step every half a second, right? Then I can set up an event that's constantly running, and every half second it collects the two sets of x and y coordinates, or it collects one set of x and y coordinates, and the other one is still stored. Um, check chat and Discord. Maybe it'll help. Okay, hold on. Uh, uh, yeah, that's okay. This kind of maybe don't put it into the actual normal chat. Put it into my particular chat. I have it's not my Discord, my own Discord. It's a Discord I share with other people. So I have my own channel in the lounge, in the Horp lounge. Right, so you can put that so not to clog up the general chat. But yeah, that did not find the proper channel. Chichen's Tavern? Is that not? Are only us? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me check. Let me see what's going on. Maybe there. Yeah, no, it seems like everyone should be able to. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I need to ask. Yeah, okay. I need to ask how this is set up and how. Yeah, you need to accept the rules. Yeah, you need to accept the rules, and then once you do, you have access to all the channels that are open. Okay. We may have to finagle this a bit. Okay, there's so much. Okay. Yeah, let me write this down. Need to update the Discord as well. Okay. If you are working and doing stuff, you see nothing. Sorry, but Discord. It is. It really is a mess. It was never meant to be a big like I may have to. Yeah, I will have to. Like I said, it's not my own. I'll have to talk to some people to see if we want to change that or if I'll just start my own thing. Um, but yeah, we'll have to check. There's so many things to do. I am fully aware. Um, there's only so much time, and I have a job. I have other things, so there's only so much I can do. But yeah, you're welcome to join mine. Uh, yeah, sure. I will. I might have a check actually. I can't promise I'll be active. I'm not super active in Discords right now. General, it's a bit overwhelming. Um, Mine is only for game dev base, so keep that in mind. Yeah. That's not a problem. Okay, do you need me to give you link permission again? Um, key. Ask my labs. Hold on. Uh, but yeah, I can give you stream permission, stream permission, link permission. Um, and then yeah, if you need to post something, just let me know. Uh, Dead Max Walking, hello. Hi. How goes? We are we hit a wall in our RPG maker. But I hope the week so far has been treating you well. Um so yeah. Uh Ask ChatGPT. For ideas. I'm not sure. I don't really trust ChatGPT, and I don't want to really use that. Um, like it does seem like a script would be the fastest way to do it. Um, Wait, I don't need this. That's this one. There. Okay. Um. But yeah, you think it will steal a game because you asked for ideas to fix it, so you still need to do it yourself? Um. No, it's not that I think it will steal my game. It's that I'm not. I don't think I can trust the answer as much, and yeah, I am averse to using Gen AI. Uh, so it's like uh, I do a lot of creative stuff myself, and a lot of my friends and family members do creative stuff, and their things end up in Gen AI things, So I don't want to uh encourage the use any more than necessary. Uh I use it for ideas, not the action itself. I know. I've asked ChatGPT for scripts and it'll just make up scripts that don't exist. I mean, I have used it before and it's really, really bad. And other people have used it and asked me to look over the changes and it's really, really bad. So like my trust in ChatGPT, it's not just like that it's Gen AI. That's one big thing, but it's just you know, ChatGPT just gives really bad results overall. Um I've had like back before I knew better, I asked it to do things like make my resume sound better or make my cover letter sound better. And it made it sound so much worse that not even fixing the result ChatGPT gave me was worth it. Um or like papers that were translated. It's like, can you please look over this translation? And I look over, it's like, what is this? I cannot understand a thing. Um so I just don't trust the output of that thing. It's bad. It's just really bad based on prior experiences. So um yeah, no. That's all there is to it. Um like it's not just that it doesn't know anything, it's also really bad at looking things up because it looks up everything and then it jumbles it all together and then tries to sell it to you as something a human might have made. Yes, I plagiarism software will tell people to eat rocks. Look at the sun, self delete so I don't mess with. Yeah, exactly. Um, right. It because it cannot discern what is right or what is wrong. Not as in like morally right or wrong, like correct or false, right? Factually correct or false. Um, so it just grabs everything and all of it is very samey at the end of the day, right? So yeah, so I do not trust it to give me any good ideas or good solutions. ChatGPT, can you help me make a script check if the player is moving? Sure. A huge paragraph of garbage followed by bar player standing still. Meanwhile, while one Google search certified game player is moving. Yeah, see? And especially for something like RPG Maker, there are so many forums and websites and tutorials that I think it's easier to search in those. Basically, you asking the right question is hard. Um, it's not asking the right question is hard, and like that's another point against like the whole thing is if the program is difficult to use because the interface is obtuse, like is obtuse. I have to phrase my question extremely carefully and precisely. Um, then what's the point? For me, it's hard to ask the right question. I mean, yeah, like phrasing questions precisely is not is a skill, definitely. But if that is something I need to be able to do for a program that's supposed to make things easier, then the program isn't actually making things easier, right? Um, so you could be asking the right question to the wrong source. Yeah, that as well. Just end up adding the don't answer in a paragraph. uh, that's another thing. It's just um so okay, so the biggest thing essentially um is knowing how fast things move. Uh yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Right, so the idea is if I know how fast this thing is moving in like fractions of a second, then I can have an event that loops and tracks that event's movement every that much of a second. Uh that's why I like to use it, because it tells me what I truly ask, and that will make me think about it to ask the real good question. Um okay. I I guess I get that. Um but yeah, it's just I've had bad experiences with ChatGPT. So it's um plus, it's taking away some of my work opportunities. So I don't want it to do that. AI would make a great learning tool if it wasn't so obtuse about yeah. Like how many US states have a K in their name? Then it gives you something like Hawaii. For example, I wouldn't trust a butcher to tell me how to care for a tree sapling. I'd seek out a gardener instead. Fair. Yeah, fair. Um, and you would trust a butcher to know about, meats and such, and you trust a gardener to know about raising plants. You wouldn't think a butcher just looks at, I don't know, random books and then just tells you random pieces of words cut together. That's the wrong button to press. Okay. Let's see if I have okay. RPG move uh random piece of words put together, mostly from Reddit. I basically use it to learn. Here's the thing though, how do you trust that the things it gives you, that the thing like that that the info gives you is actually correct? Right? If it tells you, oh, there is no country in Africa that begins with the letter K, because that's a big joke in it's a big joke in on Reddit, and then it just tells you, oh yeah, there's no country in Africa that begins with the letter K, and then you learn that, and then eh, like it needs salt. um, use DeepSeek. No, no, thank you. um. Aha! There we go. See? A forum has the answer. RPG Maker calculates moving one tile by the following formula. 2 to the power of move speed divided by 256. There we go. If your move speed is 2 times slower, you will move one tile every 32 frames. If your move speed is normal, you will move one tile every 16 frames. If your move speed is 2 times faster, you'll move one tile every 8 frames. Okay. Um, so that's very useful info. Move frequency. Um, let's see. Figures, content. Uh, Image autonomous movement. Auto run events, event editor, watch the clock, time-based events. Can I time this somehow? So if move speed here is normal, right? So it moves one tile every, what did we say? 16 frames. Recently learned from my friend who loves baking. When you Google recipes online, you'll find site or set of recipes that don't make sense or actually work at all. 10 gallons of eggs, half a cup of milk. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. It's I use the motto a good start is half works. So if you know where to look, you can also look if it works or is it true. You know where to look, you can also look if it works or is it true. Yeah, that's but you would then have to look up the information again, right? You'd have to look it up again to confirm. It's like it's like fixing a machine translation. Well, thank you for the lurk. But yeah, it's like fixing a machine translation. Like fixing a machine translation is more work than just outright translating something yourself. Um, and I say this as a translator who has done like book translations and such. And have had people hand me machine translations and say, "Can you just translate them?" And I say, "No, give me the original. I will translate that." Because in order to see if a machine translation is good or not, you need to already know what the translation is supposed to be. You need to know what the correct answer is in order to check if the answer you've been given is correct. Right? So, correcting a machine translation is more work than just outright translating something yourself. And it's like, well, why would I look up something where I have like it's like information gotcha, right? It's like, oh, I input a question and then I get something back. Is it true or not? I don't know. I will have to look it up again to make sure it's actually true or not. Um, then why not just go look up if it's true or not? You know, that's it's again, it's all just like I've seen so many examples, both myself and other people of just ChatGPT giving you and other like LLM programs just giving you answers that are that are so out there, or that you only know are wrong if you know the field, right? Well, I'm dual language, but I prefer Dutch over English. Um, okay. Um, but yeah, it's essentially like, right. You have to be able to check the answers you've been given. When I joined the RPG Maker community, my lack of knowledge was pretty bad. Asking questions made me feel annoying, so I started using AI because at least AI won't ghost me after 3 questions. Oof. Oh no. Uh, it might give you the wrong answers, but at least it'll always be there. Oof. Um, I totally get the idea, or I totally understand the whole asking questions makes me feel annoying. I have the same. Um, but you know, especially the RPG maker community is relatively big, so that the wrong answer, but at least it's an answer. Yeah. Um. Right. So like obvious questions or obvious things that the AI gets wrong. It's like, oh, there are no countries in Africa that begin with the letter K. Ah ha ha ha. And then everyone was like, Kenya? Hello? Um. So a lot of people know the answer and can tell, oh, the the ChatGPT is wrong here. But if you ask it more in-depth questions or more or questions in a more technical or scientific field, and then you get something back, it's like, oh yeah, this looks reasonable. But then if an expert looks at it, it's like, no, this is complete bullshit. Like none of this makes sense. Right? If I ask ChatGPT questions about linguistics, a lot of people might look at them and the answers and go, "Oh yeah, this looks good. This looks correct." And then if I look at them, I expect to see like all sorts of mistakes in there. Um, so yeah, hence the no trust at all. The RPG Maker community is also selfish. I haven't actually hung around the community too much. I've never fully like delved too far into this until now, so I cannot comment on that. But I can imagine that a lot of people are like, "Oh, I found a solution to this problem. I will keep it. It's mine." Um, so, okay. Movement frames by speed and frequency. Oh, hey, now we got the we got. Oh yeah, there's an answer right here. Oh hey, so we have the answer right here. So to be honest, I've mostly encountered the opposite. Just not everyone has the time when they answer newbies building questions. Yeah, and I think by now there's a lot of like basics tutorials and video series and such, right? It's a lot to get through, but the information is out there, right? So a lot of basic questions might all be like, "Oh, why are you asking this?" Um, but it's the information is there. Mm, but okay, I just found a forum post of someone testing the speeds of both movement and frequency. So we now have the exact frame counts. Uh, So the lowest frequency is 120 frames, which if it goes by RPG Maker frames, that's that's 2 seconds, right? And then average speed of movement is 15 frames. So let's check if that looks correct real quick. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Bunch of free online plugins support on Reddit and forums. Don't sound selfish. All right, let's check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay, that seems to be the 2 seconds. It's a bit longer than 2 seconds. I'm using okay, hold on. Let me move this over here so that I can use an actual clock I have on the screen to time it. Two, two, two. Okay, it needs to. Okay, the reason it's not syncing up with the clock is because the movement itself also counts for 15 frames, but it seems to be accurate enough. So let's add an event here that has a loop. It runs parallel and it has a loop. Right, and it basically grabs. Control a variable. Let's have enemy old, enemy x old 2 the no, that's not what I'm doing. I need to set the enemy x old to enemy x, and then I need to set a variable called enemy y old to enemy y, and then I need to grab the new variables at enemy x, which is the encounter map x, and then I need to grab enemy y, set that as well to the y coordinate encounter. Okay, so enemy x old is the same as the x and y that we had before, and then it grabs these two off the fresh values, right? Yes, that's what I have here. Okay, and now if the variable enemy x old okay, this is facing down, so it needs to be less than enemy x. Y, sorry. Not x, y. Right, needs to be less than enemy y. Wait, let's do this consistently. If enemy y is enemy y old. There. So if enemy y is greater than enemy y old, that means it moved down. And that means it walked down, and that means it's facing down. Also, I need to add a weight in here. Of 135 frames. Okay. So don't grab this. If enemy... Now this is facing left, so if enemy X is less than enemy X old. Yeah. And then enemy facing right, which is if enemy X is greater than enemy X old, then it means it moved to the right. And then the last one is facing up, which means if enemy Y is less than enemy Y old. Okay. Convoluted. Well, let's see if this works. So let it grab the information. Ah! It worked! It worked! Ah! Oh my goodness, it worked! Oh my goodness. Ah! Oh my goodness. Yeah. It is super convoluted. And it requires a second event to constantly track the two sets of coordinates. But that means it gets the correct info. And I can reference that. And it works. Ah. Now we have the surprise. Right? And then when the battle starts, one of the goblins will die immediately. Boom. That's the surprise attack. Like, the surprise can be anything, right? Doesn't matter. Let me get a screenshot of it in case I need it. Okay, hold on. So what I have here is I have this event running, right, on a loop constantly. So essentially what it does is if there is X and Y coordinates of the enemy stored, then it stores these values in the old X and Y old as well. And then it grabs the new X and Y coordinates of the wandering monster, right? Right now I haven't named encounter, which also means for every single wandering monster on the map, you have to have a separate tracking event running, right? and then I have it wait for however long it takes for the enemy to finish a full loop of movement, which is 15 frames for moving from one tile to the next, and then 120 frames for the frequency, right? So if you change frequency and movement speed, you need to change the number of frames. Right. And then I just have this loop constantly. Yeah? So that's what's happening. So I have two sets of x and y coordinates, an old one, which was the previous x and y coordinates stored in here, and then I grab the new x and y coordinates. Hello, Vitalina. Did I wake you? I hope I didn't wake you or anything. How's it going? And then like this is super convoluted, but it works for now. So I'm super happy. Okay, and then the actual encounter itself, the wandering monster itself, I don't actually need these two up here. Let me remove these two, see if it still works. It should still work. So here I grab the x and y coordinates of the player, right, at the start of the event, and then I compare. If enemy y, so the current location, y location, is greater than the old y location, that means it moved down, right? Because 0, 0 is the first tile in the upper left corner, and if you move down, the y coordinate gets bigger. So if enemy y is greater than enemy y old, that means the event moved down. Yeah, so that it's facing down. And then I also check if enemy y is greater than player y, which then also means the player is standing above the enemy, right? On the up direction. So behind the enemy. Then I turn on the surprise switch, right? I have a switch called surprise that I turn on. And just for confirmation, I have this text going switches on. You can also have a text going, you surprise the enemy, right? Whatever. And then I run if things through this entire thing, right? If this is not the case, then check if instead the enemy moved to the left and if the player is standing to the right of the enemy. Hi, Havarius. How are you doing? It's nice to see you here. Hello, hello. How goes? We just had a breakthrough in RPG Maker. Doing good. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm elated right now. I had this problem that I've been working on for the past 2 hours, maybe now, and I finally found a solution to it, which is how to surprise the enemy. A fantastic breakthroughs are always lovely. It is when it finally works. It's like it works. It's so good. So yeah. So let me change the you surprise the enemy. Let's do that instead, right? Um, living vicariously through you right now, not having a lot of those. Same. So I take what I can get. So yeah, so it checks it for every single possible direction, right? Down is the y coordinates, and then left and right are x coordinates, and then up is the y coordinates again. You just have to make sure that the relation is correct, right? So up would be if the current y coordinate is smaller than the old y coordinate, that means it moved up. And if the player's y coordinate is larger, that also means it's behind the enemy. And then you surprise the enemy. And then I don't need to wait 300 frames. That was just I can get rid of this. That was just for testing. And then I run the battle. Right? I run the battle. And then in the battle itself, that's in the database. Here, I have on turn 0, and if surprise is on, right? On turn 0, and if the surprise switch is on, then as the effect I chose right now, I kill one of the goblins immediately. You can do whatever you want. You can have them stunned for the first round. You can have whatever, right? You can have their stats lowered. It can be creative, right? And then, very importantly, I turn the surprise switch back off. So that's handled here. And these three events together, these three things together, allow me to have a wandering monster where if you manage to get behind the monster and approach it and trigger the battle that way, you surprise the monster and get an advantage in the battle. It is super convoluted and very wonky, and it might break at some point because the timing needs to be exact. But I know, right? Surprise attack. So I will demonstrate after the ad. I have this breakfast thing. It's 3 p.m., 4 p.m. This breakfast thing I need to finish. But yeah, I will demonstrate after the ad. Oh, but it's so good that it actually worked. But yeah, it all depends on the timing of the movement speed and the movement frequency. Right. Gotta go to bed? Okay. I hope I was able to help you out with this though. This was a journey, but I'm so happy we actually managed to. I'll watch an ad. I'll watch it and see. Thank you for that. Cause money forth. Thank you. Um yeah.
Endure.
Oh, ads are
In
happening now?
enduring,
Okay.
grow strong.
But yeah, we've been sitting on this for what, 2 hours now, maybe? This has been a lot. Like all the other stuff we were planning to do. Um that all worked very quickly. It's like half an hour, boom, done. No problems, no mistakes, no coding shenanigans, just very straightforward, done. And now this took forever. So yeah. But it works. I'm so happy it works. It might break if it runs for too long. Um, because the timing might go out of sync. But I don't know. For now, I'm happy. Uh, okay. Oh, let me see. Oops, I did not want to move this. Um, actually move these over here. Okay. Still doing guitar stuff. Oh, nice, nice. Very dedicated. We love seeing that. Do you know how to do you play game music on guitar, Vitalina? Do things like one of the biggest, most famous pieces I think to play on guitar is the Tristram theme from Diablo 1. That's like the thing to play because it's full of the nostalgia. And it's apparently not that easy. I mean, I know a little bit of guitar, so I can listen to it and go, there's a bunch happening there. I don't know how it goes. Oh, it is the it is Diablo 1 Tristram theme. It is like the most iconic piece of music basically from Diablo 1. Um because every time you're in town, you hear that piece and it's very moody. I've made stuff that could work in a game. Oh, nice. Nice, nice. One of these days I need to pick up an AWS and then yeah. So I found this. I'm not gonna play it on stream because copyright and such. I don't know if that will do anything. But yeah. A good number of my songs wouldn't feel out of place in the new Doom trilogy. Actually, hold on. Since I'm not running browser audio into my VOD, I might just be able to play it on here. Properties. Yeah, I'm not running into my VOD. Okay, let me just play this. Play the Tristram theme. Let's see. There we go. Sounds very Zaya-core. Nice. There's a bunch going on in that music, but it's not overly complex. Yeah. Isn't that, was it like harmonic strumming? Oh yeah, this is very nostalgia. I should play this game on stream. I have it. And it's also one of the first games I played. I want a 12-string guitar. Yeah. It feels like you need one for this. Are there elves in Diablo? No, I'm sad to say no. I do know there, yes. So, yeah, there is the infamous cow level. In Diablo 2, however. Yeah. So this perfectly captures the atmosphere. And I think this song helped make um Diablo so iconic. Because you start out in the village outside. There's this chapel, and then you basically go down into the chapel, and then you go down like levels and levels and levels, like 20 levels or something, until you end up in hell, and then you fight Diablo. It's basically just crawling a mega dungeon, right? Cow level was wild. It really was. um, so that's the basic setup, and you constantly return to town in order to heal, to sell your goods, to repair your stuff, to upgrade your gear sometimes, right? And all that good stuff. Buy potions. And then so you would constantly hear this music, and it just adds to the whole atmosphere of this town that is slowly dying because there are demons in the chapel underneath it. And it's always night, like there's never day, and there's just like a handful of people still there clinging to their old life. And yeah, and it's this perfect combination of forlorn and mysterious and kind of a bit threatening and such. I found in Musing Plus I played as a necromancer. Oh no, did you raise them? Murder the cows and then raise them? um but yeah, the cow level is such an interesting story of I thought there was daylight, but it couldn't break the clouds. There, like the map doesn't change. The map doesn't change at all. So it's always this gloomy night. I play Ranger and Path of Exile for obvious reasons. Lesbians, yes. Also, my highest level character in Path of Exile is also a Ranger. I invaded the level with my skeletons. Oh, okay, yeah, fair. Um, yes, I love that the Ranger in Path of Exile is actually canonically a lesbian, and that there's all of these like subtle hints in there, which are like if you look at any of them, it's like, oh yeah, okay, this is very obvious. Oh no, you killed my skeletons. Yeah, but then you just make more. You just turn the cows into skeletons. Um, oh, let me turn the music back on. Okay. Animates the 50 dead comrades of the cow army. Yes, exactly. So the cow level is also a wild story because like back in the days of early internet, like when did Diablo 1 come out? 1999 maybe? 98, 99, somewhere around there, right? So this was in the wild west of the internet where YouTube didn't really exist yet, where Wikipedia didn't really exist yet, where you couldn't look up things and people just everything was decentralized in forums, and then someone found something said in another forum that someone saw somewhere maybe, right? So you get these myths that just spread throughout everything. Wasn't an Easter egg? No, it wasn't. Not well, kind of, but the story goes a lot deeper. So in Tristram, in the village in Diablo 1, there are a couple of cows standing around. When you click on them, they move, right? It's like, okay, yeah, fun little gimmick. And then some people were like, oh, if you do this very convoluted sequence of actions, you could open the cow level, right? But with the cows in Tristram, you need to like click on them in a certain combination, or you need to do this and that, or you need to have a certain item equipped, or whatever, right? It's like the specifics are like they change. Um, and if you then click on the cows in a certain manner and get them to moo in a certain way, they will open a portal to the cow level or a game newspaper share. Yeah, exactly. Right? They found it somewhere in some forum. And it's like, oh, there's there a cow level in Diablo? And no, there wasn't. Like people have gone through the code. The source code of Diablo 1 is completely public. People have found it and rescued it, and it's like, no, there is no cow level in the game. In fact, there is so much not a cow level in the game that in StarCraft, right, a game that Blizzard then released later, they included a cheat. called There Is No Cow Level. And when you enter that cheat, you win the game. Right? That's basically a lot of these strategy games have a cheat where when you enter it, you just win the match. And the one for StarCraft is called There Is No Cow Level. So if you enter that, you immediately win the match. So that was Blizzard basically saying, no, there is no cow level. It doesn't exist. And then they started working on Diablo 2. At some point, we're like, you know what? What if we did include a cow level? And the cow level is relatively convoluted to get. And it includes an item that you get from Tristram, from the Tristram map in Diablo 2, which is the village from Diablo 1, right? So you have to go there, you have to get a certain special item, and then do things to it, combine it with like portal scrolls and such. And then it opens a portal to the cow level. And then you go in there, and you have all of these bipedal cows wielding giant halberds, like thousands of them rushing at you, going like moo 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 and things like that, right? It's wild. But then they actually included the cow level in Diablo 2. Well, no, but it's an actual level, right? You can actually go there, and you have the boss to kill, and there's like achievements tied to it, and blah. So it's an actual thing you can do, right? It's not part of the story or everything. So I guess you can call it an Easter egg. Because I don't think they ever advertised it. People just kind of discovered it, right? But yeah, it's now in Diablo 2 because of this internet myth that happened. So that is really really cool. That's a thing. Um oh right, I wanted to demonstrate the combat thing. So things we did. Let me see if I go here. Right. So I'm in a town and I have this item called a tent. If I try to use the tent here, cannot camp in town. And if I go into this building and I try to camp, cannot camp indoors. Right. So I go out here and then I use it out here. Whoop, and it sends me to a campsite. And this campsite is the grassland campsite. So this Casey is in my party. So she appears here as an NPC. I can then talk and do whatever, right? And then there's like a training dummy here. So I can train. Yes, you spend some time training. Total sessions 1. But I can only do one of these actions per day. So if I go there, it's getting late. And down here, this bucket is like, oh yeah, it's getting late. I also cannot do anything anymore. And then what I can do is I camp for the night. Yes, I camp. I fully recover. Boop. And I get sent back here. Right? And then I can talk to this person. Want to team up? Sure. Then we team up. Let's go to the forest, for example. And then if I now use the tent in the forest, it sends me to a campsite that's in a forest. And now both of these are here because, they're in my party. If I now go here, brew potions, yes, you make some potions. Doesn't actually do anything, it's just the message. Like, oh no, it's getting late. And the training dummy as well. Oh no, it's getting late, right? And if I don't actually camp and advance the day, I just break camp normally, use the tent again. I haven't advanced the day, which means, oh no, it's getting late. I still cannot use this, right? So that removes that exploit. I have to actually camp in order to reset those objects. Okay, and then if I come up here, then I have this dude who's trying to follow me, approach me. But if I manage to approach from behind, I surprise the enemy, right? And then it starts a combat. Goblin emerge, boom, and as the surprise round, one of the goblins immediately dies, and then I can fight. Right? So that's what we got. Nice. Yay, party was victorious. Oh, that's cute. There's a celebration animation. Yeah. And then we also have this bridge that we built. So I can walk underneath this bridge. Aha. Right? And this is all solid cliff face here. But if I go up here and walk, approach the bridge, I can now walk over the bridge. Awesome. And I'm like, yeah, I'm on this bridge. And then if I walk back down here, oh, I can walk under the bridge again. So yeah, this is the stuff that we did this time around. It is now day 4. Oh right, this was a travel thing. This advances the travel. Okay. And that's the things we did today. Hooray. And this thing resets. It's here again. If I approach it normally from the side or from the front, right, it's just normal combat. No um no special things. And yeah, once again, beat this up, and it's all good. What was this, dude? Too late. Oh, yeah, this was a timed thing. And then if I rest at an inn, it does the same thing. It is now day 5. Okay. And that's what this does. That's what we got done today. Um Quite a bit of stuff. Like some of this was it took a lot. Quite a bit. Um but yeah. Okay. What I can also do here. Okay, I see now the timing doesn't have to be 100% exact. Or the timing doesn't have to overlap perfectly. Okay, that still works. Yeah. So that's what we got done. We got this grass camp, this forest camp. Made a very quick town and a house just to test those things, and we have the forest and the grassland to grab that we are in this terrain and that it sends us to the correct camp. But now that I have all of this, I can slowly start to mm, get a test project together. So yeah. How long have I been going? 5.5 hours. Dang. Okay. I actually started almost on time today, so it's still really early. It's 4:20, 4:24. Uh Usually if I've streamed 5 hours, it's already like 6 or something, right? It's not. It's so strange. This is what happens if I'm actually on time. Um but yeah. This does mean, however, or did we have this? Yeah. For every single random encounter, wandering monster, I want on here, I need another event tracking it. Which can be a lot, so I cannot have too many wandering monsters on the map at once, unless I cave and install a plugin to do that. But for now, yeah. It'll also need a lot of variables. Because I need 4 variables for every single wandering encounter on a specific map. Um right, current X and Y position, old X and Y position. So if I get something like 5 wandering monsters, that's already gonna be oof, kind of messy. Wild how time works. Yeah, some of the working clock was sorcery. Yeah, it was. Also, like having clocks that are tuned to some other place and not yours. That didn't happen until like very recently. And that only happened because of trains. So we can thank trains for making sure that two neighboring cities don't have different times, which is cool. That was an actual thing. Like every city would just get okay, when is noon? Noon is very easy to get, right? Is when the sun is highest. And then you have noon, and from then on you know how long an hour is when you have working clocks, and you just set that time to noon, and then you just run the clock. But because different cities might be on different latitudes, latitudes? Longitudes, not latitudes, longitudes. They might be on different longitudes, so they will be off by a couple of minutes here and there, right? If a city is further east, noon comes slightly earlier than a city that's further west. And so you would have something like, oh, in Frankfurt right now it's 11:58, but in Berlin it's already 12:04 or something like that, right? Um so you get this, and then when you have trains, trains need to run on exact times, but they cannot afford to check the time at every single city they go to, so they just say we leave at this and that time and arrive at this and that time. But then if you're in a different city and you try to catch the train, it might have left 5 minutes ago because the train clock and your city clock are different. And the people say that's not good. We need to, you know, unify these things. And then that's how we got time zones. Blame trains for time zones, I guess. So it could happen that they had a 5 hour difference. Um, I mean, once the differences run into the hours, you are so far apart that like um was it that like there's it's very clear that you have hours of difference. But like the real killer is the couple of minutes here and there. Right? 5 minutes or an hour. Oh, so it could happen that they had 5 minutes to an hour difference. Uh, yeah, depending on which side of the time zone you land on. Fair, yeah. Like most of Central Europe and Western Europe and such is in one time zone, in the Central European time zone, and then you get like Portugal, which is an hour behind everyone because, right? So, yay. Um, Sometimes because they calculated that the sun scale to guess and work that out. Yeah, and I think at some point, like time zones are political. Like it's 100% all like socio-political. Time zones aren't real. Like time differences are real. Time zones aren't. Um, which is like very noticeable with like Kiribati, which is a small island nation east of Australia. And there's actually on the other side of the date line. That's how far east they are. Like Australia is already pretty close to the date line, but they are across the date line from Australia. And then they were like, that makes zero sense. Australia is our biggest trading partner, our biggest business partner. Like all of our businesses do business with Australia and stuff. Um, but we're a day ahead? Or no, we're a day behind. We're a day behind. Yeah, that's the thing. So it's like, oh, we're a day behind. So Australia is already in Sunday, or like Australia started their weekend when we have our Friday, so we cannot do that. And when we have our weekend, Australia's already in Monday. Huh? Like what is that? So they just said, you know what? Bend the entire date line across like around our nation, so that we are at plus 14 hours. By GMT plus 14, so that we're on the same side of the international date line as Australia, and then only like a couple hours ahead instead of an entire day behind, right? Which is wild to think about. But if you look at any time zone map and you look across the Pacific, you get this one bulge that just bulges out into the east. That is Kiribati. Kiri, like you spell it Kiribati, but it's pronounced Kiribati. So, yeah. So that's like, yeah, no, time zones are all just they're a convenience. But yeah, trains caused this. Funny was that the time zones were put in place originally for sea navigation. Um, was it? Wait, time zone was it for sea navigation? I don't think they were put in for sea navigation, like sea trains and ships. Yeah, I know it's mostly trains. Ships, what they needed was accurate clocks, right? So you needed an accurate clock that was synced to a known clock at a known location, right? Because that's the only way you can calculate longitude without satellites and exact like measurements and such. Um, that's the thing. Like you kind of get by the stars, but like using the stars and the sun really only helps you with latitude. So how far north or south you are. That is super easy to do comparatively, right? With the sun or such. Or you just look at it and look at the angle between it and the horizon at noon. Um and then it's like, oh, okay, we're at this angle. That means we're this far up on the Earth. That's our latitude. Well, longitude, you cannot do that, right? Sea travel had big troubles find out where you went. The problem was find a location again. Yeah, and that's why you needed accurate clocks, right? So if you have a clock that where you know, right now it's noon in London, but our noon is, I don't know, 3 hours later, then you know how far along towards the west you are from London, and then you can use that to calculate your distance from, like, you can use that to calculate your longitude. Um, right. So that's why really accurate clocks, when they started appearing in the what 18th century or something, were a game changer for like long ship navigation. So it's really fascinating to read about all this and be like, oh yeah, right. This is how geography works. Right? Because if you're moving in line with the sun, or if you're trying to measure the distance in line with the sun is constantly moving. Like, how do you know when you should measure? Right? Um, or what your measurement even means. It's like if you measure, oh yeah, it's noon now where I am. That's great, but that doesn't tell you anything about where you are. It just tells you that it's noon right now. And you need to compare it with something else. So yeah. Uh okay. Was there anything else? I don't think so. Like other things are relatively straightforward. There's like, is there a shop event? Quick event creation shop? No. Um, but I think there is a way to start a shop here, right? Shop processing. Aha! And then I just enter everything here and done. Okay. Uh sea travel also had big trouble because normal clocks can't work there, partly because of the shaking. Yeah, yeah, like any sort of a clock that relied on a pendulum or an hourglass or anything. Yeah, that was couldn't use those. So you needed some other way to time them. And the story of how the accurate clocks were made for ships is a big story of how rich, white, privileged people are just like, yeah, no, I'd rather stay privileged than admit that I did something wrong or admit that someone, a lower class brat, can do something well. Or like I'll just forget lessons. Like the times the British Navy forgot lessons is uh like they forgot about scurvy. They learned about scurvy, learned that you need to eat vitamin C to prevent it, and then at some point later they just forgot all about it again, and then sailors started getting scurvy again. It's like, wait, what? How? Why? Why would you not? I know, right? It's just huh? Why would it's like uh, man, there's so much that went wrong just because privileged people were privileged and didn't believe that anyone else could be smarter than them or better than them. It's like, no, I am rich and wealthy and born into privilege. I am, of course, the smartest and the bestest. No one else can be. So what someone else does, well, that must be wrong, right? So it's a story of that. The clocks on ships as well. That's a story of that as well, which really, really sucks. I have no idea. I mean, they didn't forget it from one day to the next. They forgot it over the course of like 100 years or something, right? But still, what? Um, Probably because the person who discovered it wasn't a privileged aristocratic person, but like some lowly ship's helper or something, like a ship surgeon who wasn't even really a doctor. And ship surgeons were rarely doctors. There were things like butchers or barbers, right? And it's like, oh yeah, I know enough about the human body to be able to cut off arms and patch wounds. And okay, welcome, you're now a ship surgeon, right? And it's like probably some butcher figured out, oh hey, if you eat this, um, you won't get scurvy. And then people were like, oh hey, cool. And then all the aristocrats are like, who found that out? A butcher? No, that cannot be right. And then they just never bothered to keep track of that. I can very much imagine that that's the case. Because that's exactly what happened with the clock. I should tell the story. So there was this one carpenter, like there was a the royal, I forgot the, like whatever royal commission was responsible for improving the navy, right? They set out a challenge saying we need a good way to track ships, or we need a good clock for that. And then some carpenter came along and built a really, really precise ship's clock and handed it in. And the people on the commission were like, yeah, but you're lower class. And then they just did not give him any prize money. They just completely ignored that he built a really, really good clock and didn't accept it. So he spent his entire rest of his life building better and better and better clocks, more and more and more precise ship's clocks, just in the hope that one of those one day would be precise enough to um, appease the council for them to accept, oh yeah, you built a clock that's precise enough now, right? They didn't tell him, oh, you are lower class, we won't accept it. They said, oh no, the clock isn't precise enough. But the real reason they didn't accept it was because he's lower class, right? So he's spent like, I don't know, decades perfecting the ship's clock, even though the first one he built was already really, really, really good. right? Instead of building other stuff, right? Instead of saying, "Oh yeah, you built a really good ship's clock. Let's adopt it, give you some money. Let's build other stuff for us, right? You're apparently a really talented and skilled carpenter. Build other stuff for us." No, they made him spend decades until his death just building a more and more marginally precise ship's clock. Um, yeah, yay classism. So that happened. Okay, we're now not doing RPG Maker stuff anymore. We've completely drifted off topic. I think I did enough today. I did a lot of things that, including here, there's a lot of things on here that I've done, like a banking system and like the time-sensitive quests and such. I think we got a lot to work with. So I think it might be time to eventually gather some ideas of what kind of game I might want to make. Like small games, right? Games that you can beat in 15-20 minutes that are like 3 maps done. Um but yeah. Let me go here. Okay. Something involving elves. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Okay. Um where are we? Yeah, we've gone almost 6 hours. Let's check if there's someone online. Uh Save this that I found. Okay, who is online? Oh, someone I haven't seen online in ages. She's still going? Been for 3 hours, but it looks like. Okay, okay. So let's go say hi to Folly Knight. Someone I haven't seen online in ages. But yeah, let's go say hi. A very chill streamer. Her model is a Cthulhuoid, an adorable Cthulhuoid, so that's really cool. All right. For now, right for my new witch. She's a revisit of my Matilda. Oh, okay. The illusionist person, right? The DM also gave her Google her Raven familiar. Okay, okay, okay. But yeah, I am feeling the 6 hours of stream on me. Volley Night 3D. Okay, currently playing Bloodborne, so you know, kind of related RPG stuff. Let's go say hi. That healing herbalist witch from the Dark Eye game. Oh, right. Yeah. That person. There's a lot of characters to keep track of. Sorry. Okay. Right. Let's go there. Okay. Thank you everyone for being here. This was a lot of fun. I learned a lot. I will have to see if next time I'll continue right away if something else strikes my fancy. But yeah, we'll definitely do some more RPG Maker stuff now that I understand it better. All right. Hopefully I'll be back on Monday with Baldur's Gate 2. Finally starting that one, and then more creative stuff on Thursday. Okay. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Thanks for listening. Yeah, thanks for being here too. Exactly. um all right. Take care everyone. Stay hydrated. Thank you all for being here, for coming. And bye-bye.